starting the meeting at 2:12 p.m.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Kaplan is expected momentarily. Councilmember Dickinson.
Here.
Councilmember Pluckybaum will be absent today. Councilmember Maple.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Here.
Councilmember Jennings.
Here.
Councilmember Vang.
Here.
And Vice Mayor Talamontes.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Wonderful. Councilmember Vang, please lead us in the land acknowledgement, and Councilmember
Please.
Jennings in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise if you're able to. To the original people of this land, the Nisenan people, the Southern Maidu, Valley and Plains Miwok, Putwin and Wintu peoples, and the people of Wilton Rancheria, Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe. May we acknowledge and honor the Native people who came before us and still walk beside us today on these ancestral lands by choosing to gather today in the active practice of acknowledgement and appreciation for Sacramento Indigenous peoples, history, contributions, and lives. Thank you.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Salute and pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice for
justice
all.
for all.
Someday. Okay, thank you so much. So we had closed session this early afternoon, and I'm so pleased to report that in closed session, City Council unanimously voted to appoint Gustavo Martinez as our city attorney. Gustavo joined the City of Sacramento City Attorney's Office in 1997 and continued to provide legal advice to this body for the past 29 years. This council would like to thank Gustavo for your dedicated years of service, and we really look forward to your institutional knowledge, your perspective, the mentorship you give the City Attorney's Office, all the work that you do in the community, and honestly, your leadership and your quiet strength. We look forward to working with you, Gustavo. Congratulations. Would you like to say anything?
Well, thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate the confidence and privilege of being the 40th city attorney for this great city, particularly in these unprecedented legal times that we're living in. It's a privilege to be here and advance the bold initiatives of this council. So thank you very much for the confidence in me.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, so for members of the public, we will be taking the consent calendar, then the public hearing, and I'll be moving item number 14 to discussion calendar because a lot of members of the council have comments on it, and we have a large number of you that have submitted public comment, and I look forward to hearing from you. So with that being said, City Clerk, we have members signed up to speak of the council on the consent calendar. Anybody want to make comment? Actually, from the dais. So Councilmember Kaplan?
Comments on item 3, 9, and 10.
3, 9, and 10. Anyone else? Seeing none, Councilmember Kaplan.
All right, I'll make it quick, but I am really excited for item 3, which is establishing our special revenue fund for the SB 20 red light camera fund. We've been talking about how can we make our streets safer for those that roll, walk, bike, and this is just one way of new legislation that was passed by Senator Ashby at the state capitol, which allows a different way for a civil penalty for those that run red light cameras. So I know that often we want our streets safer, and we are seeing too many tragedies on our streets, and this is just one more tool in the toolbox. It's not the answer, but it's the tool. So thank you to staff for moving that forward. On item 9, which is our 2026 planning zone and work program, want to thank staff especially for our missing middle housing program and our condos. I just want to make sure that we keep in mind we have got to find ways to continue to streamline to make these smaller projects more viable because it is the beginning and increases the amount of home ownership. Also, I hope that we can support at the state level. One of the things I'm on Cal Cities for the Housing Committee of discussing single-story walk-up. They are working with CAL FIRE because there's been opposition on that. But when you look at, you go to New York or Boston and some of the East Coast cities, regulations that we have in today make it impossible to build that. And think about a single-story lot that can have like 6 condos on it or town halls right next to each other. I think that shouldn't only be a possibility downtown, but in our suburbs to increase the amount of initial housing that those can be in. And I just want to make sure that we continue to be vigilant in the conversations that we maintain the amount of affordable rentable units that we have, and be on the lookout on how we can expand that so nobody is displaced. So I would love the support on the state level for a single-story walk-up of making that a possibility for Sacramento. And then on item 10, which is our trash full capture system design, something else that we need to be aware of, the state has decided to redefine some things, which means that all of the cleanups you see, the River City Waterway Alliance, who have over 3 years cleaned up 3 million pounds of trashes in our canals and waterways, that the state has taken away the ability for the city to get credits for in-stream cleanups, and how we use funding in our waterways and how we implement the full trash capture system design. So I hope that we as a city can work with the State Water Board requirements and add that back in, because that was taken out, and we should, as a city, engage the State Water Board around how we can receive credits or supports for cleaning up our streams and waterways, because that prevention is better than the capture of the trash in our waterways. And this is a multi-jurisdictional issue, so I hope we reach out to neighboring cities and we do that. But these are some things that are really important happening at the state level that are hurting our ability to address climate change and others. So if there's nothing else, I know we might have public comment, but I will make a motion on the consent calendar. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Maple.
Councilmember Maple is going to make the motion because we have 2 items that are being
If
continued.
that's okay, I would make a motion that we move the consent calendar with item 13 and 15 being continued and item 14 moving to discussion. And a second.
Wonderful. Thank you. And we have public comment on this item, on this consent item.
Thank you. So consent calendar, we're voting on items 1 through 12. I have 3 speakers. The first on item 7 and 8, and they did not put their name on the slip. But then I have 8, Mary Frances Chacon, then Eben Burgeon. And if you've turned in a slip for item 7 and 8 but didn't put your name on it, Lambert, Mr. Davis, and then Mary Frances, then Eben.
Probably the first time I didn't put my name on there. 7 and 8, you're talking about what's called P-bids. And this is a sticky subject for me because I'm from Del Paso Heights, and I'm happy to see that Northgate is getting a P-bid. They deserve it. That's a very vibrant boulevard. If you're a native, you know that. But this one that says Midtown property, I think that should be moved because the person representing District 4 is not even here. He should be able to cast a vote for that particular situation. So that should be addressed. And in Del Paso Heights, for the record, we pay a lot of property taxes. We pay a lot of business taxes. We've always wanted a separate P-bid from Del Paso Boulevard because they've been very isolated towards Del Paso Heights over the years. I can remember my parents had businesses. They couldn't even get part of any of the P-bid advantages. My uncles and aunts, I'm a native. And when I see things like this, it shows the double standards. The double standard being Midtown. Midtown already has a P-bid. It says on here, adding 13 businesses. If you can add 13 businesses to an existing P-bid, why can't you have a P-bid for Del Paso Heights off of Marysville Boulevard? go from Marysville Boulevard to Raleigh Boulevard, there's a lot of businesses there. And one of the most successful businesses is called To the Bay and Back Cheesecakes, which went viral during Martin Luther King.
Thank you for your comments. Mary Frances? And the members of the audience that are standing in the back, please take a seat. Per fire marshal, we cannot have people standing in the aisle.
Hi, my name is Mary Frances. I'm going for number 8, business improvement, mostly focusing on like safety for the business improvement. I stand here today not just as a speaker, but as a member of this community, as I've been managing Super Silver Sacramento in Old Sacramento for the past 5 years. And in the past 5 years, I've witnessed Old Sacramento as a ghost town during COVID, and I've witnessed the economy and tourism return and thrive in these last few years. As tourism returns and our city becomes busier again, crime is also returning. More visitors should mean more opportunity and more revenue, not more risk. When public safety is not prioritized, crime doesn't just happen, it also thrives. That reality hurts our small businesses, drives visitors away, and makes residents feel like they're on their own. When streets feel unsafe, customers stay home, storefronts sit empty, and entrepreneurs think twice about investing here. Our local businesses are the backbone of this city's economy, and they cannot thrive without visible, reliable public safety. Small businesses don't just operate during office hours, and neither do safety concerns. I'm asking the city council to take decisive action to stop crime from taking root by putting safety first. A city that allows crime to thrive is a city that holds itself back, and we can do better. Prioritizing public safety means backing it with real funding, not just words. When safety budgets fall short, the consequences show up on our streets and our businesses and in how people feel moving through this city. Funding determines whether patrols are visible, whether crowds are managed, and whether crime is prevented instead of reacted to. Investing in public safety is not an expense. It's a commitment to our residents, our small businesses, and our visitors. I'm asking the council to fund safety at the level our city truly needs before the cost of inaction becomes even greater. A safe city is a successful city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Eben Burgeon. And again, members of the audience standing, there's plenty of seats up front. We do need you to take a seat.
Hello, distinguished council members and community members gathered today. Under this absurd law, I have come to turn myself in and seek mercy. For this ordinance would have you believe that for the last 15+ years of my career in comics, from Isleton to Rio Linda, through collaborations with libraries, schools, universities, museums, I have become a criminal mastermind inspiring many thousands of Sacramento's youth toward the delinquent path of reading comic books. As I said in my remarks to the subcommittee, comic books are an essential and vibrant force for literacy, not delinquency. Studies have shown that comics create avid, lifelong readers, and that their marriage of art and words create cross-cultural understanding and can only foster empathy. I'd observe the impetus for removing this old law was born out of a proactive desire to remove it before harm is done by it. Many gathered here today are here because our constitutional rights are yet again under assault today. We, including youth, are witnessing government bodies taking aim at peaceful protesters protecting their immigrant neighbors. We're watching senseless killings of Renee Good and Alex Pretty, and too much untold harm as ICE continues reckless enforcement actions against our neighborhoods. Comic books provide sanctuary for a vivid imagination. They give respite from these horrors. The true beauty of comics and graphic novels is that they can make sense out of senseless times. Many famous comics can teach us how fragile our rights are when the powerful seek to break and bend them toward cruelty. And even a meek and mild-mannered newsman, when confronted with that cruelty, will unleash his alter ego and show his undocumented immigrant status, embodying resilience and strength, inspiring us to be hopeful, to be braver and bigger.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. So Vice Mayor, I may reiterate the motion.
Thank you.
So Vice Mayor, we have a motion by Councilmember Kaplan, a motion by Councilmember Maple, a second by Kaplan on items 1 through 12 on the consent calendar. Item 13 will be continued to a future meeting. Item 14 is moved to the discussion calendar, and item 15 is continued to February 10th.
Correct. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Noes, abstentions, seeing none, it passes. Thank you. And now we're moving along. Item number 16 has been withdrawn for the time being, so we're moving on to item number 17. And then we will get to the immigration platform. And clerk, I'd like to open the public hearing.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Christine Weigert, SHRA. Staff is requesting approval to issue tax-exempt mortgage revenue bonds and $2 million loan consisting of permanent local housing allocation or PLHA funds for the I Street apartments. The proposed new construction project will be located at 15th and I Street and serve homeless earning approximately 30 to 80% of area median income. There'll be 84 1- and 2-bedroom units. The 8-story project will feature amenities such as bicycle storage, laundry rooms, outdoor courtyard, and also have a computer and community rooms. In December, the project was awarded over $33 million in affordable housing and sustainable communities funds from the state of California, and $21.8 million of that will go towards the housing development, with the rest going to infrastructure improvements. The developer is Community Housing Works, an experienced nonprofit affordable developer who owns properties throughout California, including Sacramento. Con Am will provide the property management, and Achieve will provide a minimum of 15 hours of on-site resident services. In closing, staff's requesting bond issuance and a $2 million loan for the I Street apartments, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Well, clerk, is there any public comment on this item?
I have no public comment on item 17.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. First, I want to thank staff on continuing to look at how we ensure that we're building more housing, and particularly housing for many of the folks who work here in the area. I want to thank you for taking into consideration also active transportation and the bike parking issue. That particularly becomes a challenge. With that, Vice Mayor, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move the item. And I just want to appreciate SHRA's work on this. I know we've got other projects moving ahead, and I'm filibustering until they're ready here. So, yeah. Vice Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dickinson.
Just a couple things, looking through, not to do with the basics of the project, which I fully support, but I was just curious. One of the items specified is to fence this building. At least that's what I read in the description.
The fencing of the property?
Fence the property.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at the site plan, and I was a little hard pressed to understand why, especially since this will be restricted entry into the building, why and the building will occupy virtually all the property, why it would need to be fenced. I mean, it's not a great look to fence a building like this, it doesn't seem to me. So Christine, can you offer some thought on that?
Well, typically, I know they would have worked with the planning department, so we can get back to you with some more information on that. But typically, the affordable housing developers want to make sure, as you said, that there's controlled access to the lot and the building. This only has 7 parking places, but it's important to make sure we know who's coming and going from that parking area. So that's what the fence is for, is controlled access, basically.
So access to the parking spaces is not restricted?
I believe the fence is not restricted.
Well, absent the fence, it wouldn't be restricted for
Right.
access?
Just it's to control the ground.
Which,
and
of
things
course,
like
is not that unusual in the core either, but it starts to look like a fort.
We could absolutely revisit that. I don't think, this is early in the process. They'll have to come back to get the rest of their entitlements and permits, so we can revisit that with the developer and planning.
I think that would be worth taking a look at. I mean, I think you want this to look like anything else that gets built, private or public, in that respect, and not give it an appearance that makes it look like it's somehow different in a negative way. So that was one thing that caught my eye. The second was there was a rather simple rendering of it attached. The architecture didn't look exactly thrilling. So I wondered if, as this project gets developed in terms of the architecture, there aren't some features that could be added or incorporated in order to make it a little more than just like a box.
Absolutely. It'll go through some design review at the city, and I'm sure it'll be
Okay.
much
All right,
more
great.
attractive.
Look forward to seeing what that yields. Okay, thanks. Okay. Thanks, Vice Mayor.
Thank you so much. So you close the public hearing and move the item, and Roger seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Noes, abstentions? Okay, seeing none. Okay. So we are moving along to the immigration platform. First of all, thank you so much for being here. I think that Minneapolis has shown us what's possible when government, faith-based, community-based organizations, small businesses, advocates, and people come together to fight back against an authoritarian government. And they have shown us the way. And they stood united together, and unfortunately, we've had a lot of tragedies in the last month. And people in Sacramento are living with fear. People are scared. People are nervous. People are nervous to call the police department. People are nervous to ask for help. Kids are scared to go to school. People are scared to ask for government resources, afraid that they're going to get on a list. And there's just a lot going on in our country. And today, us as a Sacramento City Council, we have this immigration platform, and we have an ordinance to ban city facilities from ICE from using from city facilities here in the city of Sacramento, which will be heard at Law and Ledge next month. We're living in really tough times and really scary times. And us as a council, we had put this on the consent calendar because we all agree that we need to stand up to this bullying. We all agree that we can't let fear be a weapon. And just seeing the number of people that are here, we decided to move it to the discussion calendar because I think everybody here on this dais wants to chime in. We have 652 e-comments. Thank you, Sacramento. That's beautiful, and we've been hearing reports of community vigils and community getting together to hold space. That's beautiful. That's what we need to continue doing. So far, we have 72 public commenters signed up to speak. 97. And then it's my understanding that there's probably about 60 people outside still. How many? 60? Okay. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to take the speaker slips from the people outside up until 2:45. Typically, when we start an agenda item is when we close the speaker slips, so we're going to add another 10 minutes. We're going to keep the 2 minutes public comment. So once you're done with public comment, if you want to stay, wonderful, and if not, go outside and maybe listen from the council chambers or from your phone so that the other people that have signed up to do public comment can come in. Because of fire reasons, if you cannot please don't stand in the back. Please have a seat. There's a few seats open over here. Per our fire marshal, we really need everybody to sit down. And then we will start probably 3 people, single file line down the middle. So if we can get a message and somebody from the clerk's office to hand out speaker slips outside, we will collect those until 2:45. So if you have a friend, tell them they have now 9 more minutes to go. And we will get this started. We look forward to hearing from you, and after that, the city council will have council deliberations, and we will go from there. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Yep. Clerk, please call the first 5 speakers.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I'm going to call a few names at a time. Please be respectful of the speakers. If you can line up in the mid aisle, that would be appreciated. The first is Jim Gonzalez, Giselle Garcia, Ruth Ibarra, and then Moise. And I do have 97 speaker slips. That's over 3 hours of comments, so please be respectful of the speakers. Jim?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jim Gonzalez. I'm here representing the Latino Economic Council and also Cien Amigos working for California and Mexico. It is personally very disturbing to me to be here after 35 years ago when I had the privilege on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors of passing the first sanctuary ordinance in the country. Not a resolution, an ordinance, which by law created guardrails for police, sheriffs, and other city employees not to cooperate and become de facto immigration agents. Now, almost 35 years later, it's, we're seeing an administration blaming cities and counties for standing up for their immigrant population and protecting them. And that has to continue because sanctuary ordinances are not to blame for the violence that is being visited upon by ICE and DHS and the White House administration. We have a responsibility to understand that immigrants is what makes our society strong in construction, in hotels, in restaurants, in our schools, in childcare, in every aspect of society. And persecuting people for the color of their skin or their accent or where they came from is un-American. It is authoritarian, it is fascist, and it needs to be called out to be that. I applaud your city attorney, Gustavo, and others who I've worked with in talking about how to update sanctuary resolutions and, most important, police procedures.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Giselle Garcia, Ruth Ibarra, Moise. And then if Oswaldo Ortiz will come to the front, you did not put a number on your speaker slip. Your time is complete. Please take your seat. Take your seat, please. Your time is complete. Giselle?
Hi, I'm deferring my time to Ruth.
This is NorCal Resist.
So, we're all here to abolish. ICE. Abolish. ICE. Abolish. ICE. Abolish. ICE. Because they're assholes. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Ibarra. I am speaking both as a Sacramento resident of District 6 and a representative for NorCal Resist as their executive director. It is imperative that City of Sacramento strengthen its sanctuary policy today by voting to enact the updated sanctuary policy introduced by council members Guerra, Vang, and Talamantes. What we need is a robust policy that truly puts our impacted neighbors' safety first, not some watered-down proposal without teeth that is used to boost your political clout. NorCal Resist is seeing firsthand how our immigrant neighbors are being traumatized by the ever-changing current immigration system. We have seen the fear they face when attending their court hearings and ICE check-ins, the fear they feel when they get a knock on the door by mass federal agents from ICE, ERO, DEA, FBI, FPS. The sadness that they endure when a loved one is detained and the impact it has not just emotionally but economically. The panic when they get the call from ISAP to check in out of the blue. Our volunteers have witnessed the atrocious manner in which ICE and ISAP staff treat our immigrant neighbors who are your constituents. Our volunteers have also been facing federal agents' mistreatment every day at the John Moss building or in the street when responding to ICE enforcement alerts to support detained neighbors. These are the folks that are dealing with this on a daily basis. Since the beginning of our Court Watch program, federal officers have sexually
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Ruth Ibarra, then Moyes. Ma'am, your speaker's time is complete. You have 2 minutes.
I am Ruth Ibarra. Shall therefore observance to the ground, pinned or accompanied against
So
the
Ruth,
wall by the neck.
Ruth, you've spoken for 2 minutes. Your time is complete. Ruth, your time is complete. Ruth, by continuing to speak, you're disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting. You're now in violation of Chapter 5 of the City Council Rules of Procedure. If you do not stop, you'll be ordered to leave the meeting. Do you understand this warning?
Okay, please, everybody, please. So per our city council rules of procedure, it's each person 2 minutes. So I think you took Giselle's, but we typically don't do that unless it's Spanish speaking only. So Giselle, can you start reading the script that Ruth is reading off of? Because we have to be consistent. I'm sorry, we have to be consistent. Like, we always do 2 minutes, even when, we have.
Monsters have dehumanized and terrorized our neighbors, our constituents throughout our city. They have abducted our neighbors.
Okay.
This policy update is long overdue, and it's a shame that
Like to clear chambers, Vice
Mayor? We brought this up a long time ago when we started seeing.
Ruth Ibarra, by continuing to speak, you're disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting. You're in violation of Chapter 5 of the City Council Rules of Procedure. If you do not stop, you will be ordered to leave the meeting. Do you understand this warning? Please return to your seat. Ruth Ibarra, you're in violation of the City Council Rules of Procedure.
Okay. Thank you.
I expect you all to vote yes, not only in solidarity, but as your ethical obligation to drive our city's policy.
Okay.
But I say fuck guys, free Palestine, and fuck your two.
Okay. All right, so NorCal Resist, thank you for all the work that you do. But Ruth and her team have been on the front lines of all this, and I'm very appreciative for all the work that they do. We do have over 100 speakers, so if we want to continue and hear from everyone, we will need everybody to stick up to the 2 minutes. If we can't do that, then we're just going to have to shut down council chambers, and I don't want to do that. I want to hear from everybody. So please, we're going to do 2 minutes each person. Okay? Thank you. Go ahead, next speaker.
Afternoon. My name is Moyes, and I'm the Organizing and Advocacy Manager for Asian American Liberation Network. This resolution is not sufficiently responsive to the demands of the Community Accountability Letter sent on November 18th. I am disappointed it does not have teeth, a plan for implementation to ensure change. In just the 5 days since today's agenda was posted, as you said, over 650 Sacramentans have responded to our call to leave public comment online on this item. Thank you to everyone who has and will comment about why this is important. Sacramento is demanding action from our city council to stop ICE. On Thursday at the federal building, where community has been regularly gathering to protest, a federal agent hit a community member in a vehicle before driving away in a hit and run. Rather than receive help, the person who was hit was then arrested by agents wearing DHS markers with no jurisdiction on our city's streets and somehow transferred to the county jail with nonsensical federal charges before eventually being released. Federal agents are out of control from Sacramento to Minneapolis. On September 15th, just upstairs in Mayor McCarty's office, I met with his staff on these topics. The mayor did not attend that meeting like he did not attend tonight. I flagged the need for a statement of values through a birthright citizenship resolution, which still has not moved forward, as well as tangible policy solutions like a data sanctuary ordinance that Los Angeles and other cities are already implementing to strengthen their sanctuary protections. We want to ensure Sacramento's total non-cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. Passing this resolution is a start, but we need tangible change in city operations. Hold the city's police department accountable for intimidating and interfering with protests at the federal building. Enact a data sanctuary ordinance. Pass the birthright citizenship resolution. Incorporate the full proposals in the community accountability letter that was resubmitted to you yesterday, particularly a prohibition on the use of any city property by federal immigration enforcement. A better world is possible.
Clerk, will you please call the next 3 speakers and please line up in the middle aisle?
Christopher C., Barb R., Paul Winders, Bridget, Alma, Christopher.
Let me know when you're ready. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Camilo Carvajal. I'm the program and campaign coordinator for Decarceration Sacramento, and I'm here because of a loss this system created. I was a child, 6 years old, with my father, Camilo, was taken by immigration enforcement. I watched officers stand outside my home, arrest him, jail him, and eventually deport him to Mexico. That moment split my family in half. My mom became a single parent overnight. We lived in fear, instability, and survival. My father never made it home. He died after 20 years of forced separation. I never got to live a full life with him. I had to travel 2,000 miles just to bury him, and now 20 years out of a lifetime, I grieve him across the border. So when you talk about sanctuary, please understand this is not abstract to me. Sanctuary is whether a child gets to grow up with their parents. Sanctuary is whether a family gets to stay whole. Sanctuary is where the grief becomes a lifelong inheritance. Today, in the midst of raised disappearances and fear in our communities due to policing, that grief is loud again, and it's just not mine. It belongs to families across this damn city. Passing this resolution matters, but it's not enough. If sanctuary is only language, then it does not protect anyone. If it is not enforced, it is not real. If there's no accountability, it is not safety. We need more than a platform. We need implementation. We need non-cooperation with federal immigration enforcement that is binding and not symbolic. We need no data sharing, no city property use, no collaboration in practice. We need real accountability for the Sacramento Police Department, because sanctuary does not exist only in documents. It exists in community safety and people's lives. No one should have to bury their parent thousands of miles away across the border. No one should grow up with an empty chair at a table. No one should live a lifetime marked by forced separation like I have. And yet families in Sacramento are still living this reality every single day. Pass this resolution and make sanctuary real, enforceable, and lived in Sacramento. Thank you.
Barb and then Paul.
Barbara, so that's a little intimidating to follow that, but what I just want to point out and highlight is that, again, my representative is not here, nor is the mayor, and wouldn't that be nice if they heard everybody? Although you're doing a pretty good job, Vice Mayor. So I support agenda item 14 because I support all the residents of Sacramento, and I would demand the city and council members and the mayor, if he was here, to move beyond symbolic language like from Phil Pluckybaum. I condemn the rampant bulldozing of our community's civil rights, but does he really condemn the rampant bulldozing of our community's tent homes, personal belongings, homeless communities? I don't think so. Being a city of refuge must mean safety in everyday life, not just a value statement. Public statements of support must be matched by concrete policies and protections. And I just want to second everything that Christopher said. I hope you do the right thing.
Hello, Paul Winders, fairly new to town. Does anybody know why the mayor and my representative aren't here? Does anybody know? All right.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay, please
so
resume your
ICE
comments.
are not trained law enforcement. They have weapons For me to get a concealed weapon 40 years ago, I had to take a college class, go one night a week for 4 months, and PC 832, and know when you can't pull a gun out. They're just pulling their guns out, aiming at people. They don't plan on shooting, and shooting people they shouldn't shoot. They should have ID numbers on them, 1.5 inch high numbers or letters sewn on their outside garment or on a very easy big-ass badge you can read from 50 feet away. They're not seeking law enforcement people care about justice. This is lawfare. They're using the law to fight. They're advertising for white people in small towns in the Midwest with Nazi slogan kind of stuff, tattoos, flexing. We have an asshole convert our Defense Department to a Department of War by a guy that wants a Peace Prize. It's a bad movie. They need to shut down ICE for these 45 days, documented training, and documentation of who's there. If somebody gets detained, within 12 hours, they have to be in a publicly accessible database. When they get moved, within 12 hours, publicly accessible database. They have to be accountable. And one thing I know I've been down a couple times.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Bridget is our next speaker.
I'm Bridget. I live in, I'm a homeowner actually in District 7, and I debated a lot what I wanted to say today because I've personally experienced the forced deportation of a family member who was ripped away from our family. Overnight, no one knew where he went. This was actually many years ago before the current reign of terror. And I see now how members of my family and my friends changed how they move through this world because they're afraid. They're afraid to go to work. They're afraid to take walks through the city. But there's something else I want to talk about that feels really shameful, that is a concern, but it's something that my friends and I talk a lot about, which is I'm a business owner. I have a house. My kitchen is in really bad shape. It needs to be remodeled. And I think, how do I move forward with anything in this environment that we're in? How do I pull the trigger on hiring people to remodel my house when the people coming to work on it could just disappear? When I feel like our democracy could just disappear from us? And I'm constantly looking for what is the thing that gives me the confidence to stay and make investments and run my business and support others and ask them to support me financially in return that way? And how do I make decisions? And I need to see that the people who are representing are fighting back. I need to see that we're not rolling over because I think we do see that when we do fight back, it makes a difference. Like right now, even in Minneapolis, there's like a softening, right? Like there's repercussions based on the way the community members are standing up. And I know we can't solve all of these problems, but we can protect the members of our communities. And that's what I'm asking for and what we expect.
Next speaker is Alma, then Alma, Unlina, and Shiloh.
ICE is the clearest and most violent sign that our government does not serve the people. Yes. As a public servant myself, I believe it is our duty to protect others in the capacity that we are able. And as a city council for the capital of the most progressive state, you have a responsibility to set that precedent nationwide, protecting our own. But it has taken far too long, and it is very disappointing how long it took us to get here. The oligarchical control of media, the mass arrests, the brutal mistreatment of peaceful protesters, and increasing murder rates are textbook qualities of an authoritarian and fascist government. We tolerated the violence the U.S. enacted on other subjugated countries, and now those same tactics are being used on us in the name of quote-unquote protection. We are told not to trust our eyes and ears, that cooperation was all that was asked of us, but the message is clear: if you do not cooperate, we will kill you. I urge the City Council not just to expand our policy to keep ICE away from our community, but to create concrete and transparent steps to prevent SAC Police collab with ICE, to create an actionable plan in a publicly available document to limit information from the city to ICE. Everyone is watching, obviously, not just our direct community, though they're all watching together, and we are disappointed with how long it has taken. But other states, other countries, our children and our futures, everyone will know the direct actions we took now and when they come for us. Thank you.
Alina?
If I cry, the cry is anger. Hello, my name is Alina, and I'm here to call on Sacramento to take a long-term, proactive action to establish our city as a true refuge for immigrants. Immigrants are not new to Sacramento. They are the reason Sacramento exists as it does today. They built the agricultural foundation of this city when it was still developing, and they continue to feed us every day. Their labor, culture, and families are woven into the fabric of this city. Right now, people are being forced to live in fear. People have built their lives here. People have put down roots, started families, and created community, are afraid of being taken into humanizing and humiliating ways. On the streets, in their homes, and at their place of work, at school. People are disappearing in ICE's custody with families left behind and no answers about where their loved ones are and where they have gone. This is not a distant threat. This is happening now. This harm is immediate. Sacramento's response has been slow and inadequate. Delay is a choice. Silence is a choice. And in this moment like this, those choices put lives at risk. We do not need symbolic statements. We need real long-term protections established now. California has always claimed leadership, but leadership means acting before more people are hurt. The people who have labored on this land for generations deserve safety, dignity, and protection, not fear. Thank you.
Shiloh, then Karen Humphrey, then KM, Brock, and Marlene.
Good afternoon. I am a resident of District 1, and I want to speak not as an activist or a resident, but as a mother. District 1 is not just a collection of neighborhoods. It's a home we share. It's the laughter of our children in our parks, the mosaic of languages spoken at our schools, and the deep pride of families. Our district is one of the most beautifully diverse districts in the country. It is the 87th most diverse zip code in the United States, and it's a reflection of who we choose to be. Many of our neighbors live in quiet fear. Children worry about the knock on the door. My own sons, who were born at Kaiser Roseville, now currently, because they speak Spanish and have a Hispanic last name, carry a copy of their passports in their backpacks when they go to high school. My son is a lifeguard at the city pool. Is he safe if ICE comes knocking? Every day, my children walk home from school, risk being stopped because they look Hispanic, they are Hispanic, and per the Supreme Court's Kavanaugh rule, we know that they can be stopped and detained. I see ICE vehicles lurking in many of the residential parts of District 1, and it is only a matter of time before this administration realizes that the heart of California's resistance, from its lawsuits to its laws, new laws, come from Sacramento. For perspective, Minneapolis is 420,000 residents. Sacramento is more than 500,000. It's not about if, but when. We deserve policies that reflect our compassion. This measure is not enough. A promise is not enough. We need to do more. I'm asking you please to strengthen our policies, but also make actions happen. I urge you to listen to what people are saying here today, but also think about my sons with their passports in their bags.
Yes.
Karen Humphrey. Karen Humphrey.
Mayor and council members, thank you. Thank you for listening to all of the people here. I'm speaking mainly because from the National Women's Political Caucus, which as a national organization with local and state groups took a position, a very strong position against what is happening in this country, and will be working as we can in DC to change things. But everything that's been said to you today is meaningful. I have not had somebody picked up by ICE, but I can empathize with what is going on, and the pain I'm hearing today can't totally be resolved, but hopefully you can help make it go away. It's time to put an end to it, and I agree that there need to be teeth in this ordinance. It's not an ordinance, it's a resolution. There need to be specific teeth in an action plan for how to make sure that the City of Sacramento is in no way complicit with this unconstitutional, unlawful, and horrific, and frankly, very cruel regimen that we're in now. It's part of a systematic effort of this president and his minions to impose a white autocracy on the United States. And any resemblance to a police state is not coincidental. So I urge you to work with the members of NorCal Resist and any other person here who could be a resource on how to make this sanctuary city status real, how to help it be stronger, how to take the resistance that is here and strengthen it nationally. And don't be fooled by the fact that the resistance in Minneapolis and other places has pushed the administration back slightly. Don't be fooled by that. They will simply regroup. This is a long-term effort, and it's a very, very horrible effort, not just for immigrants, all the people who are sitting in jail right now in horrific conditions, and all the people who are afraid to do anything. So the city can be a real leader, and I really...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Members of the audience, if you're standing in the back, please take a seat. I will have to ask you to leave if you're not seated in a green chair. So you may not sit in the aisles. You may not stand in the aisles. There's a safety concern. So please take your seats. There's plenty of seats up front. There's some here. Thank you. K.M. Brock, Marlene, Alex Pizzari.
And Clerk, how are we doing with the outside chambers?
We have about 22 additional speakers in the lobby.
Okay, thank you. So, so after you give public comment, if you want to allow the other speakers to come in too, if you so choose.
Good afternoon. I am a concerned member of the Sacramento community, and I'm asking you to expand the City of Sacramento sanctuary policies and to strengthen our local protections against ICE activity targeting our community. Pretty much echoing what's already been said is what I would say if I had more time. So all of this means moving beyond symbolic language and to make commitments to immigrants and refugee communities through policy implementation and accountability. Being a safe city must mean safety in everyday life. Immigrants are valued and important members of our community, and they're very worthy of this safety. Leadership means preparing before harm occurs, not responding after. Creating and implementing policies and accountability for safety must be rooted in trust, clarity, and protection. Some of the things that I think we need to do are we need to ensure that Sacramento Police Department protects the rights of residents to peacefully assemble on city-owned properties, public spaces, particularly around the John Moss Federal Building. We need to make sure that we have full non-cooperation from the city in allowing ICE to conduct enforcement activities on city properties. And prohibiting law enforcement officials from wearing masks while conducting enforcement activities. This is very important to me and very important to many people. I'm tired of hearing and seeing my community members in fear, living in fear all the time now, being very nervous. So thank you very much.
Next speaker is Brock.
Hello, my name is Brock, and I'm a resident of District 6. As the actions of ICE in Minneapolis, Chicago, LA, Portland, and already here have shown, we need to take being a sanctuary city more seriously than ever. What I've seen federal forces do to people, both non-citizens and citizens, regular constituents and elected officials in the last year or so is frankly terrifying. I mean, we don't feel safe with ICE operating out of our city in any capacity. I've seen many communities this last year come together to resist and push back, defending themselves using local municipal policy courts and good old-fashioned organizing and coming together as neighbors. And we can push back against these attacks on our communities by federal forces, and we can come out of this stronger for having done so. And we want our local government with us in this effort. We need you, our representatives, to ensure our government is not used against us, that no data is shared with ICE, that demonstrators and observers are left alone by local police, and that local police do not assist ICE in attacking our community like they have fatally in so many other cities. What recent experience has shown is that we need to get serious now. The expansion of our city's sanctuary policies under consideration today are a step in that direction, and I urge you to make them actionable and not to leave your constituents alone in defending themselves. Thank you.
Marlene Heath.
Hi, my name is Marlene Heath. I am a resident of District 6. Hi, Eric. I will probably lose my job being here. I was supposed to be at work. So, thank you. So, it's unfortunate that the mayor is not here to hear us. The actions of ICE are not to make law or create safety. They're to raise intimidation and fear. I'm not afraid. Don't be afraid. And what I say at a national level is a real lack of leadership. Our Congress members, they're not doing their jobs, and it's going to be dependent on us as a community. We need to rely on each other, and we need to rely on our city to protect ourselves from what's going on throughout the rest of the country. And I really need to have confidence that you guys will be our leaders and that we can all come together and protect our constitutional rights and our neighbors, our immigrant neighbors, and America and us. It starts here. We can do this. And I know you guys can do this for us, and we can all do this together. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Alex is our next speaker, then Francis L., then Christina, Cassidy, Nancy, and Manola.
Hi, I'm Erin. I'm a Sacramento resident and emergency room nurse. I'm speaking on behalf of all the patients that we get in our hospitals who are frankly frightened these days. A lot of my patients, they're coming to us with emergencies. They're in tears. I've had patients tell me that they're delaying care. And these are, patients who are here legally. They're members of our community with jobs and like a purpose and families that love them. And as we've seen in other examples in like Costa Concha and Concord and other like neighboring hospitals that ICE has been showing up at the very minimum as a show of force to show patients as well as staff that they are not safe, that they should be threatened, that they have an army waiting outside ready to pull them out the second they are discharged. While they do have rights of public space, I would like to see this people of Sacramento that represent us showing up to show that they support their citizens more than these federal agents and their fascist policies. To show that they will be here, that our police officers feel supported in supporting their hospital and their community over these federal agents and their fascist policies. I want our patients to come and know that they are safe and that they are not going to risk being deported because the city has their back. I love the city. I love the people in it. We can do better than this. We've done great things for now. I would like to see as an amendment to this outline that we do add language to protect hospitals, to protect patients, and to protect the staff that is trying to protect these patients, and so they're not going to jail when they protect their patients.
Francis. Francis?
I'm ready.
Please proceed.
Yeah, okay. Oh, my name is Frances Liu. I'm a resident of District 4 and an organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento. For months, community members have demanded for the City Council to update its sanctuary city policies with concrete measures to protect our residents from ICE and advocate for the free speech of protesters targeted by Sacramento's police department with very limited engagement. An updated letter from 25 community groups was sent yesterday reaffirming our demands. Today's proposed update to the city's immigration platform is wholly inadequate to address our concerns. It contains platitudes and symbolic gestures that will do little to protect our community from being abducted, kidnapped, and murdered by ICE agents. I want to express deep gratitude to Councilmember Mai Vang and her staff for their leadership, engaging with community members, and proposing policy updates and advocating for an action plan. Council members Guerra and Talamantes, I appreciate your support of her policy, and I hope you'll continue to match your words of action. I will repeat what I said in November. How can Sacramento call itself a sanctuary city when its own police department is targeting community members who are protesting against ICE? I am not naive enough to ask Sac PD to protect our community members from ICE. They are both part of the same system of state policing that targets and harms our Black and brown neighbors. However, I ask each of you to do the work to keep them out of our way. Leadership is defined by action, not elections or titles. I'm honored to be in this room filled with leaders from my community, protesters outside the federal building, neighbors doing ICE Watch, organizations fighting for immigrant rights and against policing. I invite the mayor and the members of the council to join us. Take action, take leadership, and protect our community. Thank you.
Next speaker is Christina. Christina. Next speaker is Christina.
Hi, my name is Christina. I'm a community member and organizer with API Force, and most importantly, the child of Vietnamese refugees. I'm seeing my communities in absolute fear of ICE here. My parents, grandparents, and loved ones all carry their passports and IDs everywhere they go, but still shaken in fear. Our family has to make backup plans if a family member of ours is going to be taken, and having to explain to my younger siblings and cousins the dangers we're facing from ICE. That is not safety. Let's be clear, ICE has never made our community safer. I'm absolutely horrified by the state violence we are witnessing from ICE against our friends, family, and neighbors. We're seeing ICE tear apart families, kidnap children off the streets, and publicly execute people protecting their neighbors. And here in Sacramento, an immigration court watch volunteer was hospitalized after being attacked outside the John Moss Federal Building, engaging in community safety work. Sacramento City Council cannot stay silent or passive while this is happening. ICE informant does not create public safety, and we cannot stand for this. And as elected officials, it's your job to serve the people. And that's why I'm urging you to strengthen our sanctuary ordinance and local protection against ICE activity. But that's just the bare minimum. We need a commitment to get ICE out of our homes and cities and abolish ICE. Sacramento must protect our people and our immigrant communities. Thank you.
I'd like to remind members of the audience, I cannot have you standing in the back. If you want to take a seat, there's plenty of space up here to my left. Cassidy, then Nancy.
Good afternoon, City Council members. My name is Cassidy Vang. I grew up in District 8. I am a community advocacy organizer with Hmong Innovating Politics. I'm here today to ask you to support strengthening our local protections against ICE activity targeting our community. I'm here because for many immigrant and refugee families in Sacramento, the idea of being a sanctuary city does not always feel real in their day-to-day lives. Sacramento often describes itself as a city of refuge, but refuge isn't a slogan. It's whether people feel safe going to work, taking their kids to school, or calling the city for help without fear that their information could be used against them. Immigrants are essential to the city. They build our housing, staff our kitchens, harvest and prepare our food, care for our elders, and keep entire industries running. When we fail to protect them, we are choosing to make the backbone of our city more vulnerable. That's why symbolic support is not enough. Non-binding platforms and resolutions don't protect families on their way to work or parents trying to access city services. If Sacramento is going to call itself a sanctuary city, those words must be backed by clear policies, real implementation, and accountability. We're asking the city to expand its sanctuary policies and clearly commit to non-cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. Protection cannot be reactive. It cannot only show up when there's public pressure or political attention. It has to be consistent and ongoing. This is about trust. When people don't feel safe, fear shapes every decision they make, and that hurts everyone. Sacramento has the chance to choose real protection over performative language. We urge you to act. Please protect our community by voting yes on this item and advocating for stronger policies. Thank you.
Nancy?
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Zhang, and I live in District 7. I'm the executive director for Hmong Innovating Politics, but most importantly, I'm the proud auntie of 29 nephews and nieces. We are part of the Hmong American community, and we came here to escape war and persecution. Now I watch my nieces and nephews grow up afraid of who might come to their door, afraid their classmates won't be at the school the next day. The thought of anyone being harmed is unbearable. I've heard some Sacramento politicians say they're worried about being too aggressive, that it could be a target on their back. Here's the reality. ICE is already hurting our families and terrorizing our communities. Every minute you don't act, that target gets bigger because they know they can get away with it. Sacramento cannot wait. We need an action plan to protect our loved ones. We need policies that prevents our city from collaborating with ICE, emergency support for families when a breadwinner is detained, mental health resources for young people seeing this violence every single day, and accountability so local law enforcement protects our peaceful protests instead of turning riot gear on neighbors standing up for one another. Right now, 3,800 children are being held in detention by this fascist administration, cut off from their families. I think about my nieces and my nephew. I think about what we're doing to protect them. Frankly, it's not enough. Please do better. We deserve better. Thank you.
Next speaker is Manola Sakara. Following Manola is Carly East, then Tina Reynolds, then Marcelina.
Good afternoon. I'm Manola Sakaita, and I'm a resident of Sacramento's District 4. I have seen more fear among friends and loved ones, as many have these past few months, and especially in recent weeks. Fear of a lawless law enforcement, fear that their lives could turn upside down even when they're following all the rules, a fear that in actuality is already turning their lives upside down right now. People are changing their lives to survive. I've seen entire neighborhoods shut down for days. This is not right. We are seeing a fascist regime rise in real time. Now is not the time for empty words and labels. If Sacramento is to be a sanctuary city, that needs to have real teeth and needs to be enforceable. I join others in asking that we strengthen our city's sanctuary policies. That includes ensuring that Sac PD does not work in conjunction with ICE and that ICE agents are not able to conduct business on city property. It's imperative that our city council show up with the strongest possible voice to say no to this right now. Thank you for listening.
Clara?
Hello, my name is Catherine Auercade. I'm a relatively new resident of Sacramento's Oak Park neighborhood. As of June of last year, I'm old enough to have walked into this city with Cesar Chavez. And it breaks my heart to see this sanctuary city, also as having been raised Catholic, sanctuary is sacred. And I'm a retired pediatric nurse. The thought of children's mental health and very real danger, afraid to go to school, that they will come home and their parents will be gone. This is damage that will take their lifetimes to overcome. Please honor sanctuary. Keep ICE away from our children.
Clara East, then Tina Reynolds. So Clara East, Tina Reynolds, Marcelena, Priscilla, then Grace.
Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak today. I want you to know I'm not a paid activist. I'm here. I'm a resident of District 7, and I want you to know my mother was an immigrant. She was 14 when the war ended in Germany in World War II. She got to see the ethnic cleansing that went on there, spoke of it often. You know, I feel this is really important for us here in Sacramento because none of us is safe. When ICE can break down doors and enter people's homes without any warrant, it's not just people of color, they're taking the brunt of it, but none of us is safe. And so I'm really encouraging you to put some teeth into this resolution and do what's right. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tina Reynolds. Tina?
Honorable City Council, my name is Tina Reynolds, and I am here representing the Badassery Group. I don't have written notes, but I have feelings that I'd like to share. January 27th of last year, we met with Mayor McCarty to talk about Sanctuary City. And when we brought it up, our group has a policy and researcher, and we were ready to assist the city in writing stronger policies. And Mayor McCarty said he was not interested. He didn't want to raise any red flags, and he didn't want to draw any attention to Sacramento because he was afraid the Trump administration was going to come in, and guess what? They're here. And now we've lost all this time where we could really write some substantial sanctuary city rules and regulations. We could make it out of cement rather than the flimsy paper that it's written on now. The city has access to researchers, but you have access to a full city of people that are ready to stand up and help rewrite a policy. Now, these are very knowledgeable people that have information that you can use so that we can build up this sanctuary city and put it into concrete. The Badassery Group wrote a protocol for what happens to the city when ICE knocks on your door. There was no policy. We worked with Councilmember Vang, and you moved the protocol forward on what to do with ICE. All I want to do is crush ICE.
Marcelena?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marcelina. I'm born and raised in South Sac, and today I'm representing the Sacramento Immigration Committee. Last Thursday afternoon, one of our members was hit by a truck driven by a masked agent while expressing his right to record ICE activity at the John Moss Federal Building. Executions at the hand of ICE have been rampant across the country, and our member could have easily been the next person killed in that instant. He now faces misdemeanor charges that we're fighting to drop. Sacramento needs an immigration platform that will stop violence like this before it happens and that has teeth to enforce our sanctuary status, not symbolic gestures. Our committee has been walking around the surrounding neighborhoods of South Sac that were affected by the ICE raids a few months back, and what we're hearing from people is that they don't understand how or why this is happening and why you guys haven't done anything to do anything about it. It's why our SAC Immigration Committee is demanding ICE out of SAC, legalization for all, and an end to the deportations. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Priscilla. Following Priscilla is Grace, L.R. Roberts, Gabrielle, then Kayla Xiong. Priscilla?
Good afternoon. My name is Priscilla, and I'm a member of the Sacramento Immigration Committee. While we were on our monthly barrio walk last Saturday, I connected with the young Indigenous youth who expressed the terror they feel because of what is happening. They are 15 years old, and they attend McClatchy High. Every morning during the week, they have to get themselves up and off to school. Their mother is unable to accompany them because she works at 4 a.m. Every time this young human gets on the bus and the light rail, they feel panic, fearing that they will be the next one targeted simply for existing while native. colonial forces like DHS and ICE are targeting anyone they see as other, even those who were here on this land long before the white man. What is happening is causing unimaginable pain to our communities. Sacramento fancies itself as a beacon of progress and forward thinking, a place where all people are not only welcome but celebrated. It is the duty of the city to put their ideals into action. We need to protect our communities. Sacramento Immigration Committee demands the end to the racist targeting of our neighbors, and we demand ICE out of Sacramento.
Grace, then L.R. Roberts.
Hello, my name is Grace. I'm a resident of District 4. I'm here today to urge the City Council to support expanding the City of Sacramento's sanctuary policies and to strengthen our local protections against ICE activity targeting our community. While today's resolution is a good first step, we need more than symbolic action. We need concrete policies and protections. The City of Sacramento must prohibit any city resources, including property or personnel, from being utilized for any immigration enforcement. Likewise, Sacramento must prohibit the direct and indirect sharing of data with federal immigration authorities. Yes. The City of Sacramento must establish a rigorous process to ensure no collaboration or data is shared with the city, is shared from the city with immigration and custom enforcement. Additionally, we need real accountability for the police department and to ensure the Sacramento Police Department honors the Sacramento Sanctuary City policy, which prohibits its cooperation with ICE. SAC PD must cease intimidating and citing protesters outside of the John Moss Federal Building. Thank
you. L.R. Roberts. Following L.R. Roberts is Gabrielle, Kayla, and then Skylar.
I'm L.R. Roberts. I live in Katy Maples District. I live in Oak Park. My hubby, Richard Perry, and I were among the people who helped get Sanctuary City passed in 1985. And we also fought the creation of ICE to begin with and the creation of Department of Homeland Security to begin with, because that term has really bad history. In fact, we've been organizing against the Border Patrol's rape and murder. So we must stop ICE abuse now.
Gabrielle, then Kyla Young, then Skylar Henry. Gabrielle. Following Gabrielle is Kyla. Gabriel, thank you.
My name's Gabriel. I'm a resident of District 6. I know that there's been a lot of talk, especially on the national level, about the current authoritarian government in the United States, as if that has not always been the case. I want to emphasize the fact that I understand, due to federalism and bloated bureaucracy of our government, that there is limitations to what city council is able to do in these situations. But I do think that it's important to emphasize the fact that even though ICE might be the most obvious example of authoritarian overreach that we're currently dealing with, the Sacramento Police Department and the Sacramento County Sheriff is a constant example of an authoritarian overreach. So I would like to know what, within the power of our Sacramento City Council, we propose to do about SAC PD's continued targeting of activists who are out there trying to defend the community from the overreach of the federal government. You might not have the power to stop every action that the federal government takes in Sacramento, but you do have the power to hold our police department accountable when they consistently use their power to brutalize and oppress our communities.
Filing Kyla is Skylar, then Katrina Marks, then Frankie.
Hello, my name is Kyla Zhang, and I'm with Sacramento Loaves and Fishes, and also as a resident who lives in South Sacramento, one of the most diverse parts of Sacramento. My neighbors, who are mostly people of color, both housed and unhoused, are most vulnerable solely based on the color of their skin, the way that they speak, and overall, just the way that they look. And let's be honest, ICE they are doing more than just detaining people with felonies or promoting safety. And the Trump administration and Homeland Security, we have seen throughout time that they are no strangers to committing unconstitutional acts involving violence and injustice. Before it's too late, I ask that the City Council makes a positive and stronger decision to protect their constituents who essentially contribute to the beautiful foundation of diversity that Sacramento is known for. And if there is fear that strengthening the sanctuary policy will result in federal funding cuts, here's a reminder that our lives are worth more than federal cuts. Thank you.
Skylar?
Hi, everyone. I'm going to start by thanking Roger and acknowledging Roger as the only white guy on the dais who actually showed up to listen to this community today, who's out here advocating for immigrants. I do want to harp on that a little bit because this is a moment you hear the community out here really advocating for strong leadership. And yet we're here with the mayor and the council member who represents the district that the John Moss building is in, who apparently have more important places to be today than to sit here in a packed hall full of people who are advocating for immigrant communities and listen to them. I mean, to me, this really, I mean, look, if there's a family emergency or anything, I'll eat crow, but if it's anything other than that, I mean, this is an insult to everybody in Sacramento who gives a shit about stuff. This is not a meeting to miss. Anyway, I also, we're in this moment nationally, right? Because for the last 10 years, ever since Trumpism kind of took its root in the country and started growing, Democratic leadership in this nation has sat around wringing their hands and doing performative nonsense while this thing just continues to roll on and things get worse and worse. And the Republicans continue to wipe their asses with our constitutional right. So I guess with that in mind, I'm really, really hoping, and people are giving y'all plenty of ideas and actual tangible solutions to go with, and I'm not going to go with any of those. I'm just going to say, please take this seriously. Please do not just be another tier of Democrats who sit here and say, this is very bad and unacceptable, and somebody should be doing something about this. That somebody is y'all. And we're doing everything we can, right? This is all we can do. So it's up to y'all. I hope you take it seriously.
Our next speaker is Katrina Marks, then Frankie, then Sarah Reed. And people that are standing in the back, I need you to come sit down. There's at least 4 seats over here. There's at least 4 seats on this side too. Thank you. And again, please come take your seat or we do have to ask you to leave. It's a fire marshal issue. It's for security reasons. Katrina?
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Katrina Marks. I am a pediatrician here in Sacramento and a voting member of District 5. I take care of kids and their families at all stages of life, and I directly see the impact that immigration enforcement activity has on our children. That is why I am here to say unequivocally that the immigration and customs enforcement has no place in the health care of our children. It doesn't take a pediatrician up here to explain to you why kids need their families. What I can tell you is that from my job, I can only do my job when my patients and their families feel safe coming to see me. And right now, they don't. Families are not coming to the doctor's office because they are afraid of ICE waiting for them behind that knock on the door. Now, when their kids are sick, they have to weigh the risk of bringing their child to the clinic against the fear of someone coming out of the woodworks to separate them from their family. When I took an oath to do no harm, I didn't specify to which kids I meant. I meant don't do no harm to any of them. But promises are not protection. Our patients and my community deserves more. My patients deserve to see me with free of fear. Our neighbors deserve implemented policies that shield them from the shared trauma that ICE is enacting. Passing this resolution is a start, and I pray this council brings action to follow. Thank you for your time and your consideration. I urge you to vote yes on this matter. Thank you.
Frankie?
My name is Frankie, and I am a resident of District 4, and as a lot of us have pointed out, the mayor and Plucky Bomb are not here. So as a doula and birth worker, I take it upon myself to advocate for my immigrant clients. As California's capital city, is the capital of the most progressive state in the country, as one of the first sanctuary cities in the entire country, and as America's farm-to-fork capital, it is our duty to protect those in which this region's success is built upon. Anything less is a failure. It's a failure to the state, it's a failure to the city, it's a failure to our communities. These actions, we're asking you to take action. Real action, as I've heard so many of my community members say, something with teeth. Kaplan spoke earlier about keeping our streets safe. How are we supposed to keep our streets safe when ICE is around every corner? They will come, just like they came for Minnesota. They will be here. And for that, we need actions, bare minimum actions. We need a clear action plan to implement city operations to protect our communities from ICE. This includes prohibiting the use of city-owned properties for ICE enforcement activities, prohibiting law enforcement from wearing masks, protecting the rights of residents to peacefully assemble, including stopping the immediate citation and intimidation of the protesters in front of the federal John Moss building, and a transparent and clear process on how we are going to protect our city's data from being in ICE's hands. Do your job, fuck ICE, free Palestine, and we keep each other safe.
Our next speaker is Sarah Reed. Following Sarah is Amanda Escalante, Andrea L., Keon, then Bob Barker.
Thank you, City Council. In the last several weeks, it has become increasingly clear that the terror being spread across our country by federal ICE agents has nothing to do with immigration. This is a race war, manufactured to distract us from the class war, as Trump and his billionaire buddies attempt to steal our democracy and establish the U.S. as a fascist state run by oligarchs. Within our city, state, and country, people of color are being unfairly targeted by masked, armed domestic terrorists, regardless of citizenship or immigration status. The very people who we have sworn to protect under the Constitution of the United States are being dragged from their homes, snatched off the streets, and beaten by thugs who have been given full immunity to do so. As we are already witnessing, this will not stop with immigrants and people of color. Just as the Black community has been warning us for centuries, they are coming for all of us. They are already here. I am begging you to see the terror in the Twin Cities as a warning and to do everything we can to fight back against ICE's occupation now. Strengthening Sacramento's sanctuary status is the bare minimum. It is the very least that we can do to help protect our neighbors and community members. But I ask you, after this vote passes today, what actions will be put in place? What policies will change so that our friends can once again feel safe going to the grocery store and sending their children to school? Will local law enforcement protect and defend us against terrorism, or will they be complicit as they have been in the past? The time for action is now. We must stand together to defend freedom, democracy, and the immigrant population of this city and country, which, by the way, unless you are 100% indigenous, every single one of us owes our existence as an American to immigration. I am proud to live in Sacramento where diversity runs deep, and I implore you to do the right thing today and take this small step in protecting your community members and standing against discrimination and terrorism.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Amanda. Amanda, then Andrea L., then Keon.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for your dedication and listening to your community. I hope none of the details in our experiences are drowned by the overwhelming roar to stop this injustice. This call to action pleads you to acknowledge what rages rampant in our country. ICE actively kills citizens and terrorizes neighborhoods unabashedly. They move with fascist and falsely granted impunity, oversaturating their egos with a presumed and deadly omnipotence. These are hateful people who enact horrific, abusive events that only history should stay witness to. Will you honor your oath to serve your community, or will you stand aside? These cruelties have commanded times before, so understand, I'm beseeching not just your action, but a commitment to a basic moral compass. I do not need to convince you this is wrong. It's unconstitutional. Please bind these atrocities to the past and be the public servant that offers people hope, a safer future. Abolish ICE and have our police actually protect its people. Thank you.
Andrea L., then Keon. Andrea L., then Keon, then Bob Barker, then Amanda, then Cassie Pryor.
Thank you to the City Council members for being here. I stand here today to show my support to strengthen the protection of our immigrant neighbors. We are known as a sanctuary city, and we must stick to it. As a daughter of immigrants, the thought of my mom being at the hands of ICE would break my heart. Immigrants make this city, this country, great, and they do not deserve to be thrown on the ground and taken away. We all deserve, regardless of citizenship or the color of our skin, to feel safe anywhere in our communities. I ask that you do everything in your power to keep the violence ICE is bringing out of Sacramento. That way we are able to then put our energy, our collective energy, to help our less fortunate neighbors in Minneapolis. I urge you to stand strong and work together to help us be the example that we need to be to those that pose a threat to our democracy. Thank you.
Here we are again, talking about non-binding platforms and performative resolutions that don't actually bind or require the city or its law enforcement to do anything, to change anything about their practices, policies, or attitudes. It's not a subjective opinion to say that the culture of Sacramento Police Department is fundamentally racist. It's literally objective fact that has been confirmed in study after study that goes back to literally 2001. I've been saying that for years, noting it, the police review commission that you have that's subject matter experts that I used to serve on has been telling you that for years. And a majority of this council, unfortunately, has just ignored that. This is more like what we're seeing right now from Minnesota to LA and beyond is not just an immigration issue. This is an authoritarian issue. And the fact of the matter is that many of these agents learned and are doing the very things that they're doing right now from law enforcement like Sac PD. I don't believe for a minute that you're worried about being too aggressive on this issue or slippery slopes. I think you're more worried about pissing off the wealthy white bigots that are bankrolling your election campaign. You're worried about pissing off the law enforcement associations like Police Officers Association that's bankrolled campaigns for a majority of this council by $100,000. You're worried about pissing off the Metro Chamber that's given more than $114,000. And I think you're worried about AstroTurf groups that all of these organizations funnel their money to that has given this council no less than $275,000.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Bob Barker. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Keon, you've exceeded your speaking time. Please stop speaking and take your seat. Keon Bliss, by continuing to speak, you're disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting. You're now in violation of Chapter 5 of the City Council Rules of Procedure. If you do not stop, you will be ordered to leave the meeting. You understand this warning. Keon, please return to your seat.
Clerk, how many more public comments do we have?
I have quite a few more. We're about a third of the way through.
So we probably have about 90 more public comments. All right, we have 90 more public comments. We want to hear from everyone. So it's 2 minutes each, okay?
Bob, then Amanda.
Yeah, hi, we meet again, guys. I think last time I was here, I said that it was only going to get more dangerous. And clearly it has, up until today, right? I got a ticket for my First Amendment right. That's besides the point. First off, I'd like to say nobody is illegal on stolen land. Secondly, I want to point out that people of color have felt the way that I'm about to express myself their whole lives, okay? So when I go out, I've been out on the front lines at the John Moss every day, right? And we've come to the conclusion that when we go out there, we may not make it home. So I want you guys to look at me right now and remember my face for when I'm the next one, right? Don't forget me, because I've been here since October talking about this. And I want to thank Maya Vang for getting the ball rolling. Thank you. Also, Telemontes, you look miserable. You don't pay attention. You look miserable. Don't be a therapist, because your faces are awful. And third off, it's like way past time you guys actually did something, right? Or, see, you just rolled your eyes. You're so ridiculous. You're embarrassing.
Just point of clarification. Just keep the comments to the full council. So, yeah.
Yeah, they don't believe in the First Amendment. I got a ticket for that, or I'll probably get a ticket for this. But it had to be said, because everyone knows exactly what I'm talking about. Do what's right. This isn't about politics. It's literally about humanity. And you should probably get a new job.
Our next speaker is Amanda. Following Amanda is Cassie Pryor, Brother Carter, Cynthia Shallett, Vincent Troughton. Amanda?
I want to start by acknowledging Keith Porter Jr., who lost his life at the hands of an off-duty ICE agent, which investigation is not being transparent or clear, and that happened in our very state. I want to acknowledge Renee Good. I want to acknowledge Alex Peretti, who lost their lives exercising their First Amendment right. This is something that was predicted back in October by my husband, who came up here and spoke to you guys and said, within 2 to 3 months, these ICE agents will take the life of a United States citizen. He said that to you. We have been asking for you to implement things here in Sacramento so that a casualty will not happen here. We have been asking you to get involved in the police who've been out harassing protesters. Just the other day, a protester was jumped by a group of 12 self-proclaimed Proud Boys. The police officers detained two of those who jumped him and let them go the same day. Meanwhile, the police officers here in Sacramento have detained multiple protesters. Just this weekend, they detained and held a protester for riding his bicycle on the sidewalk. And I don't know about you, but all my children have ridden their bicycles on the frickin' sidewalk and never received a ticket. Write me a ticket for letting my child at 6 ride her bike on the sidewalk if it's so illegal, if it's so dangerous. I think that showing up to a protest with bats, with crowbars, and beating a man is much more serious than riding a bicycle on the sidewalk. We are past due to have a serious conversation with our police department. We are years past due having serious conversations with our police department about their conduct. Thank you.
Look, hey, we got it.
flexible on the public comment, allowing more speaker time. Please respect the council chambers. We need to get through all the public commenters. Everyone deserves 2 minutes. Please be respectful of the council chambers. Yes, this is my job to keep the meeting going. Thank you. And if you cannot keep decorum in the council chambers, we will pause the meeting.
Hello, my name is Cassie Pryor. It's so intimidating being up here. I can't imagine how intimidating it is being a leader during this time. So thank you for showing up today. I am not particularly well spoken, but it feels like such a it feels like such a privilege to be here and see how strong our community is and see how much people care. We're showing up for each other, and I just appreciate that you're showing up for us too and fighting for our rights, fighting for our neighbors. Immigration status is so made up, but what's happening here in this room is so real. So thank you, and please keep fighting for us, and thank you for fighting for us. That's all.
Brother, then Cynthia.
Oh.
Brother Carter. Brother Carter, then Cynthia Shallot.
Good evening, council members. I don't have to say who I am. Most of you know who I am. I'm Brother Carter. I'm with the Poor People's Campaign of Sacramento, but I'm also with the Poor People's Campaign for a national moral revival, and that goes across the nation. I'm here today because we are in the fierce urgency of now. We have love on the front line, and love on the front line is a dangerous way to live, because in the end, no one wins unless we have justice. These folks out here, when you see them disrupt and speak out, some of the words that Dr. King said, when we remain silent to the things that matter, our lives begin to perish. So excuse them for speaking up and speaking out, because at this time, there's a war outside that's going on, and nobody's safe, not you or me. And we have to continue to pay attention to what's going on, because we live right now in chaos. And what I want to say is, I just want to leave you with a poem of something I found here 43 years ago, working on the corner of 8th and L as a security guard, burned security guard. Now it's a 770 building. On that landmark, I found a 1909 double eagle $20 gold piece. I found it January 13th of 1983. Why is that so important? Because it connects to our nation's beginning and its birthright. So I'm going to start right here with the coin and the poem. I found a coin of gold. It had the year 1909, and it was full of hope. This coin I found, in its mystery, this lady stood for our history and the birthright of our democracy. This coin I found, I will always claim.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Cynthia. By continuing to speak, you are disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting. You are now in violation of Chapter 5 of the City Council Rules of Procedure. If you do not stop, you'll be ordered to leave the meeting. Do you understand this warning? Please take your seat. Please take your seat. Brother Carter, by continuing to speak, you're disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting. You're in violation of Chapter 5 of the City Council Rules of Procedure. If you do not stop, you'll be ordered to leave the meeting. Do you understand this warning? Brother Carter, please take your seat. Cynthia, then Vincent. And sir, would you, if you're with the media, you need to be over in the media section. We can't kneel in the aisles. Thank you. Cynthia?
Hello, I'm Cynthia Shallot, and I want to thank you, Vice Mayor and City Council, for having this meeting. I think you deserve some credit for bringing this issue forward. I especially want to give a special shout out for Mai Vang, who has really provided the energy to have you reconsider your policy. I think, like a lot of people here have said, it's great to have this policy, but we really need more teeth in it. We need really some enforcement action. So I don't know what that might be, but I really want to see some action of getting the ICE off the streets. So it's not going to be just an investigation. It's probably going to have to be something like city police go and arrest an ICE officer, and I don't know how they do that. So I want to say, too, that you're doing better than the other city councils in the county and better than the other Board of Supervisors elected officials. So, again, you are ahead of the game, but you can do better. Okay, so I think that's it. Thank you. Do more.
Our next speaker is Vincent. Following Vincent is Melissa Atocha, then Alex Ye, then Amanda Bartel.
Okay. I'm gonna keep it high key. I don't give a shit about decorum, especially when there's people out there getting shit on. I mean, you want me to be nice? You want me to give you kind words? This guy walked in late as fuck. I got off of my class schedule an hour early just to be here. I was here 2 hours early. He can't even show up 30 minutes early? That's fucking bullshit. I'm scared. And there's other people here who are mortified, terrified, horrified. Their futures are being ripped from them. The future that everyone here was promised is gone. And it will always be gone unless you people do something. And you know what? I need to bring this to attention. You need to look people in the eyes when you tell them to leave. Because that is so disrespectful to say, oh, you need to follow the rules of the authority that punishes and oppresses you. And you can't even do us the justice, do us the respect of looking us in the eye. No, you look down. Are you scared?
Okay, we don't call out people, members of the dais, please. Respect the entire mayor and council.
Then respect me, because I want to be able to paint something like that in my lifetime. I don't want to have to sit here and fight. I'm a kid. Basically, I'm still 20, but I'm still young. I have so much to live in my life, and I might have to waste it just so that I could at least give the hope that maybe someone in the future can rise up against this injustice. I want ICE out of my damn country. I want ICE out of my whole city. I want ICE gone. And you need to hold people accountable for that. Do you hear the anger in my voice? Because it doesn't sound like you hear it out there. And that's what I'm here for. And that's what everyone's here for. And you need to actually stand up for it. It's been too long. We can't just say, oh, please do this. Oh, please do that. You need action. You need to stand there and do something. Hold people accountable. Hold the police accountable. When pigs walk around, they dirty the streets, we gotta clean it up. And this is just a fair warning. I'm not threatening you, but if you don't take action, the people will. And the people.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Melissa, then Alex, then Amanda.
My name is Melissa Carolina Atocha Pauta. I'm speaking today as a pharmacist who has previously served patients in the Sacramento City clinics, as someone who works closely with medical advocacy organizations, and as a volunteer who has over the last year has regularly accompanied asylum seekers to the John Moss Federal Building, and as a formerly undocumented immigrant whose brother was deported 2 decades ago. As a woman of color whose body remembers the fear I felt for almost a decade when I was undocumented, I am scared, but I will never stand down. I demand a council to strengthen our city sanctuary policies and enforce them. The resolution is a step in the right direction, but is not nearly sufficient to protect both non-citizens and citizens from the intimidation, abuse, and violence at the hands by ICE and DHS practices. For my colleagues in healthcare, I'm hearing that patients of color are now skipping critical medical appointments out of fear. This is not just an immigration issue, this is a public health crisis. As a court observer, I've witnessed ICE undermine judicial authority. I've seen judges deny DHS motions to dismiss cases, allowing asylum seekers to continue pursuing legal relief, only for ICE to wait in the hallways and arrest them anyways. This has happened even after I've personally confirmed with judges if individuals were legally permitted to remain in proceedings. Asylum seekers are being called into ICE Field's office to be dehumanized, clothes removed, and bodies inspected solely for having tattoos. And after the firing of 4 immigration judges, hearings are being rescheduled for 4 months in the future, leaving our non-citizens with several months wait to attempt to move to attempt to move their cases forward, leaving them more vulnerable to kidnappings and disappearance from ICE. I've also personally been verbally harassed by ICE officers. This is not justice, this is simply fear-based governance. Our city must stand firmly to protect all those. As I said, as a woman of color, I am scared, but I will never stand down, and I will keep protecting my community.
Thank you for your comments.
If I am the
Next speaker is Alex. Following Alex is Amanda. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Please take your seat. Your time is complete. Please take your seat. Alex, Amanda. Alex, Amanda, then Safi.
All right, hello. My name is Alex Ye, and I'm a homeowner in District 4 with Phil Pluckybaum. And I am disappointed to see that Mayor McCarty couldn't make it here today to listen to his constituents. I'm a state scientist. I'm represented by CAPS, the California Association of Professional Scientists, that also seeks to disband ICE. The City Council must pass more than just a symbolic resolution affirming Sacramento's commitment to protect its citizens. Given what is happening in Minnesota and across the nation, we need you to ensure there's no collaboration or data sharing with ICE. Sacramento must adopt strong policies disallowing use of city property by ICE. Sacramento must stop local PD from harassing the protesters at the John Moss Federal Building. We cannot wait until even more of our neighbors and community members are taken. We cannot comply in advance.
Amanda, Safi, then Kishwar Vikas.
Hi, my name is Amanda Bartel. I'm an environmental scientist with the state of California, represented by UAW, Local 1115. I've exercised my right to free speech and protest in the Sacramento area for the last 10 years for various issues because I understand very clearly that this is all connected. As an environmental scientist, I understand that the climate crisis, white supremacy, US imperialism, and immigration are all connected. Our federal government, with actors on both sides of the aisles, have made it clear what they are willing to do to all of us as the climate crisis worsens. Stories like the ones told in this room today mirror fears I've heard from my own colleagues, some of whom work in the field in agricultural areas. After multiple days of brutalization of local peaceful protesters last week here in Sacramento, followed by yet another murder in Minnesota, I made my way to the John Moss Federal Building on Saturday night. What I witnessed was a group of peaceful protesters being antagonized by a collaboration between local and federal enforcement agents. I witnessed the practicing of dangerous kettling formations in addition to other intimidation tactics. In Los Angeles, these same kettling tactics have repeatedly been utilized to trap, tear gas, and arrest peaceful protesters, injuring innocent bystanders in the process. That is our future if you do not act. At one point, it was unclear to those in attendance at the John Moss Building whether tear gas would be deployed that night. Agents were noted filming protesters. Agents filming protesters. This is a major concern because federal agents have made it known to peaceful observers and protesters all around the country their intent to classify and create databases to label protesters as domestic terrorists in order to justify murdering us. These collaborations and aggressive tactics must end here now. We are entitled to our rights. Many of us participated in the George Floyd protests of 2020.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Safi, then Kishwar, then Alex Bink.
Hi, my name is Safi. I'm coming to you as a resident of District 3. I am a member of the Socialist Party. I'm a small business owner who works with children and families. And I'm also coming to you as the great-granddaughter of the former governor of California, Earl Warren. I am writing to ask you to support strengthening our local protections against ICE actively targeting our community. We live in a lawless era where ICE is terrorizing and murdering citizens and non-citizens alike without any repercussions or accountability. ICE agents and their wannabe vigilante impersonators are on record tormenting people. This abuse is done through the unwarranted use of pepper spray against non-combatant and lawful bystanders. They are assaulted, they are beaten, they are shot at, and they're even killed. Additionally, ICE agents and their unpatriotic impersonators are abducting and kidnapping people, and this includes children. People are being torn away from their families. Women are being raped by ICE agents. They say that they're trying to take the worst of the worst off the streets when we know ICE agents are on record of being rapists. They are monstrous. ICE agents and their impersonators are bypassing all protections provided to citizens and non-citizens through our American Constitution. They've demonstrated extreme carelessness and apathy when it comes to acting within the confines of the law. ICE acts with extreme prejudice and aggression, yet they display grand cowardice and self-serving bias when they are challenged by law-abiding First Amendment auditors and protesters. We have every right to record them, and they are cowardly for covering their faces, but for telling us we are cowardly for covering ours? This is for our safety. We love immigrants. We hate ICE. ICE didn't exist before 2003. Please support the community. Abolish ICE.
Thank you for your comments. Kishore, then Alex.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kishore Vikas, and I have been an immigration attorney since 2014, and I'm tired. My husband, my dog, myself, we live in District 6, and I'm speaking today in my personal capacity. Since January of last year, I've seen Sacramento change overnight into a city of fear. I've seen people afraid to show up to school, to church, to grocery stores, and of course, their court dates. My clients have disappeared on their way to work, at ICE check-ins, at court, and from their homes. Not a single day has gone by that I haven't gotten a phone call, a text, a Facebook message from a frightened Sacramentan. Many times that person is a US citizen. They are worried about being racially profiled. They're worried about being abducted. Now, in law school, they teach you to have respect for the law and trust that it will be fair. Well, any trust our immigrant neighbors have had in the court system has disappeared, and rightly so. But we still have a chance to do the right thing and send the right message. We still have time to tell people, like my mother and brother, born in Pakistan, who carry their US passports with them, both nurses, that Sacramento is a city of immigrants, not fear. We're a city that should be respecting the First Amendment, a city that should be supporting protesters' First Amendment rights against this brutal regime, not a city that's cooperating with ICE, the very agency abducting small children from their parents and shooting protesters in cold blood. Let's be better, Sacramento. Let's strengthen our sanctuary law. Thank you.
The next speaker is Alex Bink. Following Alex is Catherine Phillips, AV, Cheyenne Miners, Mark Valdez.
Hello, my name is Alex. I'm a resident of District 4, and I just wanted to say that I'd like to echo the voices and recommendations of other comments, but I want to go further and say something that I think we all know in our hearts, but some might be afraid to say aloud. In recent weeks, we have seen armed and masked federal agents committing brazen and indiscriminate violence against members of the American public. This violence is not only illegal and unconstitutional, but seems intentionally so. Like many in our community, I'm left wondering if I or my loved ones will be next. While I understand that unjust laws limit the actions the city can take to oppose federal tyranny, the bare minimum is preventing local officials from interfering with the basic rights of Sacramentans. Most obviously, this includes our First Amendment rights to protest, like many have mentioned, at the John Moss Federal Building. But human rights do not derive from the Constitution. They are self-evident. And among those rights is the right to self-defense. Every person has the right to defend themselves, no matter if our attackers wield federal power as a shield. And I would like to urge the council to instruct Sac PD to stop interfering with this basic human right. Our community is powerful and can protect itself, but we need local officers to stop collaborating, even indirectly, with this invading army. If the police can't or won't stand with us, then at least stand aside. Thank you.
75 more speakers. Catherine, then AV.
My name is Catherine Phillips. I live in District 7 in Land Park. And Roger, it's nice to see you. You know the term a watershed moment, and that's what we're facing in this country. You probably never thought when you ran for city council you'd be facing this kind of issue. And you have budgets to worry about. You have how are you going to get constituents happy about whether or not their road is paved, potholes, et cetera, et cetera. I think this is one moment when you have to put aside those very important but everyday issues and look inside yourself and determine whether you want to be on the right side of history. My mother was an immigrant from Norway. Her town, her house was occupied by Nazis in World War II. My father was in the U.S. Army in the Pacific. I grew up listening to stories about what happened in Norway, what happened in my mom's town. I wasn't born in the U.S. Everybody has some story if you dig and chip away enough. There are lots of people in my neighborhood who are white, who are old, who have fear. So I urge you to step back from the everyday and to do more than just a resolution, to take those important steps that you need to take to do something firm to protect our neighbors. Thank you.
Our next speaker is AV, then Shayna, then Mark.
Hello there. District 7 girly here. I'd like to start off with saying that I wouldn't be here if not for my dad immigrating to the U.S. ICE is out here killing, detaining, torturing, God knows what, many just like him among many others. They are leveraging centuries worth of misogyny, racism, ableism in order to commit unspeakable acts. I have to ask, what are you doing as a representative to ensure our public safety in the context of a hostile organization out here killing people? What more do we need to yell at you for you to realize we're living under a hostile regime? This symbolic action does absolutely nothing. Cities such as LA have introduced ordinances taking action against ICE. You have no excuse. The bare minimum is a plan with actionable steps to protect all of us against the violent fascistic overreach of ICE. In addition, you owe us enough not to sell out our data to ICE. Don't make ICE's job easier than it already is. Our city is a sanctuary city policy. So why are cops out here harassing citizens, protesting an unlawful organization that is literally shooting people dead in the streets? Ordinary people like us are the only people keeping ICE from overrunning us all at this present time. Cops should not be collaborating with ICE. Are we not a democracy? Isn't it your duty to represent the people? We need you to do more than kneel with an assortment of disrespectfully appropriated kente cloths. Do something. Do your damn jobs. Abolish ICE. Free Palestine. Power to the people.
Shayna?
Good afternoon. My name is Shayna. I'm a resident in District 6, and I'm standing here today in solidarity with and caring for my immigrant neighbors. I stand opposed to the horrific actions of federal immigration enforcement. ICE is clearly shown to not support safety or law or order. Instead, they're spreading terror wherever they operate. I urge you to take whatever actions you can as a city council to not cooperate with them and instead protect Sacramento's diverse communities, your constituents, filled with people living their normal lives. I also ask you to act to protect everyone standing up in this moment, exercising their right to free speech and assembly to speak out on what is just, including at the John Moss Federal Building. I appreciate the sentiments of this platform update. I want to live in a Sacramento without my peaceful neighbors being kidnapped from their homes, schools, appointments, and preschools. The truth is that while I appreciate the chance to speak with you today, I didn't particularly want to come here. I took the time off work. I chose to spend my afternoon with you here because I was thinking of the people who cannot be here. Because they're scared to leave their homes, They're already detained despite just living their peaceful lives where they chose to make their homes, or one of the people who've already lost their actual lives from ICE from either bullets or deplorable conditions. I want people to not be harassed or executed in the street for speaking out against this, not be run over with cars and then arrested afterwards. And I believe the safety of Sacramentans requires a plan for more tangible action. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Mark Valdez. Following Mark is Allison Masajewski Cortez, then Joe Hill.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Valdez. I'm a homeowner in District 7. I'm trained as an air quality meteorologist. Now I'm retired. But the difference between me and the average farm worker is very small when it comes to the great ethnic cleansing of 2026. And so what I've done over the last year is I've protested, particularly with the O'Brien brothers at Howe and Arden, and especially lately with down at the John Moss building. And from what I can see, from what I can tell, I think the Sacramento cops, Sacramento PD, are unusually weak. On 2 nights ago, people were milling outside the ICE offices because vans had left to collect more people to do more kidnapping, and we didn't know what to do. Sac PD was watching. They were closing the streets for the protesters, very courteous of them, but it was also courteous to ICE, so ICE could move in and out freely. We need some dump trucks or something of the sort in front of the gates to bring this to an end. We need to stop this. And so I am doing my part. I would hope you would do your part too. SAC PD needs to be working more closely with the protesters. There needs to be courtesy between us and SAC PD. And it's time to basically bitch slap ICE and take back control of the city of Sacramento. Thank you.
Allison and Joe. Allison.
Hi, my name is Allison Maciejewski Cortez. I vote in District 4. I am an unpaid accompaniment volunteer with NorCal Resist. That means 4 times a week at least I am down at the John Moss Federal Building. I have regular interaction with DHS, Border Patrol, ERO, and ICE agents and their staff. Yeah, I'm at 650 Capitol Mall a lot. I'm there with people who are going to their asylum hearings. I'm there for ICE check-ins and also for USCIS citizenship process. I want to give you a peek inside Sacramento's local ICE agents because we see on the news people violating constitutional rights, human rights, and we see them executing people in the street. I want you to know that the ICE agents here in Sacramento are the same. Their ICE staff at the field office, I have heard them make fun of people's names and accents out loud audibly to the room. I have heard a DHS attorney do the same. I've heard them degrade people for being immigrants, refuse to identify themselves to me in person, and I've heard them tell me they have my full name and that I am in their facial recognition system. That's terrifying. It's not just Greg Bovino's crew, and it's not outside of our city, it's already here. It's not a couple bad apples, the whole barrel is rotten. I urge you to support stronger sanctuary in our city. I urge you to not cooperate with them, any of those agencies I mentioned. I urge you not to data share with them whatsoever. I urge you to end SAC PD citing and harassing me and my colleagues who protest lawfully at a place where we see so much ugliness. Please protect me and protect my neighbors.
Our next speaker is Joe Hill. Following Joe is Salen Corpus, Ethan Z., Jarek R., Angelica Kambadi.
Hello, City Council. My name's Joe.
And I've realized sitting here today, listening to all these wonderful speakers and concerned citizens, that I may not be qualified. In terms of process, in terms of policy and politics, I may not be fully qualified and have the full understanding to say, everything that I need to say and fully know what I'm talking about. But I do know about humanity. Everyone in here knows about humanity. So what can we do to address this feeling that what's happening is going against our fundamental sense of humanity? What do we do when they come to our city en masse, as they have in Minneapolis? What do we do as the institutions that we Sacramento residents staff and build are turned against us? What do we do when these discussions that we're having become more than just discussions and news stories? What do we do when it happens to one of us here? What do we do when one of us is Renee Good, Keith Porter, Alex Preddy? What's going to happen? What are you guys going to do? And I don't say this to accost you. I say this genuinely. What are we going to do? I think we should do everything possible to get ICE out in every imaginable capacity. I think we should do everything possible to protect the people of Sacramento regardless of where they were born. And to everyone standing behind me, all the wonderful people I've heard speak here today, I have one more thing to say. To paraphrase my namesake, when you're done mourning, organize. Thank you.
Selen Corpus? Nope, I don't see movement. Ethan Z, then Jarek R.
Good afternoon, Sacramento City Council. I am Ethan with Ugnay Filipino, and I am a current resident of District 1. I urge you all to not only be in support of item 14 to strengthen local protections against ICE activity that inhumanely targets our city's most vulnerable communities, but to also affirm the ways in which you will keep these communities and our city safe. The term sanctuary city isn't just a term that can be thrown around in hopes to instill safety and security. It holds meaning and value to an entire population of people who are most impacted by the local policies that you, the Sacramento City Council, vote on. To really ensure the safety and security of the most essential workers who build, feed, and sustain Sacramento, we need in-depth and concrete policies and protections. It needs to be continuously affirmed that ICE and DHS cannot operate on public spaces and properties. It needs to be affirmed that data will not be shared to ICE and DHS, who are actively looking to inflict harm and violence to our people. It needs to be affirmed that Sacramento won't cooperate and Sacramento will fight back. If you truly care for the people you serve, these protections will not only be put in place, but will be ongoing. You'll work with and for the people, ensuring that our voices are heard, our demands are met, and our safety is the utmost priority. Please, please, please support item 14 and stand with immigrant communities and their allies. Salamat and thank you.
Ethan?
Hello, my name is Jarek, and I am a resident of Lisa Kaplan's District 1, and I'm here with Ignite Filipino, a program that works with and for Filipino immigrants, workers, tenants, and youth here in Sacramento, and I am in support of item 14. Sacramento is a sanctuary city, and our immigrant communities continuously sustain, feed, and build Sacramento. However, how is Sacramento a sanctuary city when our immigrant community live in fear of going to work, dropping off their kids to school, and even staying at home because they might be profiled by the same people and system who reinforces these racist and anti-immigrant practices? There must be a change now to protect our immigrant communities, and it should be proactive and ongoing, not during moments of crisis. And I urge you to expand this city's platform of sanctuary city policies, which includes tangible implementation that are transparent and accountable, and to no collaboration and no data sharing with the ICE and DHS, and an overall protection for immigrant communities here in Sacramento. This means ICE out of our neighborhoods, ICE out of our supermarkets, and ICE out of our communities, and ICE out of the United States in general. Thank you.
I don't believe is Ethan here.
Members, my name is Angelica Cabande, and I'm the Executive Director of Ugnay Filipino, and I'm a District 5 resident. I'm here to urge you to support expanding the City of Sacramento sanctuary policies and to strengthen our local protection against ICE activity targeting our community. Immigrant protection should be proactive and ongoing, not reactive during moments of crisis. It is shameful and unacceptable that this policy has not been updated even before all this chaos and trauma. Saying we are a sanctuary city is not enough. What does that even mean when we have observers being attacked and the mayor is silent on it? When we get families checking in and we don't know if they will be coming out, and even though they are following the law. When residents are walking in parks and are being harassed and detained if they can't prove their status, which we all know does not matter anymore. Speak through actions. It's not enough stating you support the safety of our immigrant population. Public statements of support must be matched by concrete policies and protection. We need to use and exercise multiple strategies to protect all of us, especially our immigrant and refugee communities. We have neighbors coordinating efforts in the blocks, to vigils and rallies, to observers, to conducting Know Your Rights workshop, to passing out red cards, to now with you, elected officials, in putting real muscle to these existing policies. This resolution vote is just the first step. We need ongoing discussion, enforcement, and transparency, including outreach in language to all our residents. Thank you, and we hope you step up as we are already stepping up to this moment.
I don't believe Ethan Z is here. Ray Castillo, Gao Ia Yang, Emma, Morgan Asher, Beatrice, Alexandria Estrella. Is Ray here? I don't see Ray. Gao Ia Yang. Thank you. And then Emma, then Morgan.
Hi, my name is Emma. I'm a pediatric occupational therapist and a professor in a doctorate of occupational therapy program in the area. You all already know what I'm here to support. I have so many students weighed down by what is going on that they cannot do their work. I have clients and families who are immigrants, who are working on their statuses and have worked to be active members of the community and work to build their entire lives from scratch. They're finally getting support for their kids. They're seeing their kids make progress. And now I have them coming to me crying in fear about coming to their sessions, in fear about losing their status, in fear about getting unfairly treated by ICE, by police, all of these things that are going on. We need protective, strong, legally binding policies to put in place to protect our families preventatively. We can't be reacting anymore. I live in District 4, but I'm from just outside of Chicago, and there is still a semblance of trust in the police in the town that I'm from, because people call the police to help get rid of ICE because of their status as a sanctuary city. In occupational therapy, we use the term called occupational deprivation, which means that people are unable to participate in their daily occupations, the things they need to, want to, and have to do because of fear, stress, racial profiling, and we're seeing that happen time and time again. There was a study in 2013 saying that immigrants experience this at higher levels, which leads to worse mental health, more negative well-being, and it has only gotten worse in this state that we're in today. I need you to make some action. I hear talk, I see you all standing up at marches and talking, and we need action. Please help our community, help these people that are standing up for you. We need it yesterday.
Is Miss Yang with Cal Defense here? Okay, thank you. Yes, please. And then Morgan, then Beatrice.
Good afternoon, members of the Sacramento City Council. Thank you to Councilmember Vang, Guerra, and Telemontes for your leadership on this initiative. I am Go Ia Yang, Director of Cal Defense, a community-driven initiative established to protect Southeast Asian refugees and immigrant families from being detained and deported by advancing pardon campaigns and also working with them on other post-conviction relief efforts. I work with a population that is oftentimes the first ones to be thrown under the bus because of their old criminal records. They've served their time, turned their lives around, and still they are denied their due process. they're denied their due process. I grew up in District 2, lived a long time in District 1, and currently reside in District 7. I stand before you to urge you to develop and implement a strong, coordinated plan to protect the safety of all immigrant and refugee communities here in Sacramento and to uphold basic constitutional rights. We must ensure that all Sacramentans are able to live in their homes peacefully. That is the most basic, is just to be able to live in their own homes peacefully, to be able to go to school, hospitals, work, their court hearings, their check-ins, and access other public services without fear of being taken. This plan must also include the role of Sacramento Police Department, which is here to protect us and not be in cahoots with ICE or Border Patrol, nor become only an observer or a bystander when ICE is attacking the community. I urge you all to go beyond a resolution and invest funding in a coordinated response that will protect immigrant and refugee communities and all of Sacramentans. Thank you for your time.
Hi there. My name is Morgan Asher, and I wrote this statement in advance, and I'm just going to toss it out because it feels like I have, I feel like maybe talking off the cuff would be a little bit more impactful and helpful. Specifically because I want to talk to the audience right now. I can't really face you guys, but like, hi. And I think, I want you to think about what your council members are going to feel like when they go home tonight. And are they going to be like super fired up and motivated and like, yeah, you know what, we want to change this because there's so much injustice happening? Or are they going to go home and be like, damn, so many people called me a jerk today. Like, I don't want to go actually make a change, right? So like, if you're planning on doing that, I would urge you to come up here and be courteous so that we can actually focus on making the changes that we need to make. I am here on behalf of another community member who prefers to remain anonymous because he fears retaliation. But the story I wanted to share is that this week he was driving in Sacramento, and he started being followed by an unmarked van. He looked back and saw that the Sacramento County Sheriff was driving said unmarked van and was escorting like 5 ICE agents. And this is like really concerning to me because like this is local stuff. This is like a local vehicle. This is like gas that's local, right? Like these are like, obviously you guys can't abolish ICE. I know that that's not a reasonable ask, but we can do what we can. I want us to think about, like, what can we do? We're gonna say, oh, they can't use public property. That's awesome. Can we say they can't use the vehicles, the gas, they can't use...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Beatrice, then Alexandria.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Beatriz Hernandez, and I'm a resident of District 3. And I'm sharing today's remarks as a constituent, but also on behalf of the California Immigrant Policy Center, CIPC. Sacramento was the first city my family and I settled when we came to this country. Del Paso Heights Elementary School is where I made my first friends. Norwood Middle School is where I learned English. And Grant High School prepared me to go to college. This city represents the city where I built a new life and found community. That is why it is deeply painful to see Sacramento fall short in protecting the very people who call it home. I am fully undocumented, and over the past years, I have become more involved locally. I have repeatedly been told directly or indirectly that immigrant rights work in the city is carried only by a few council members. And while I appreciate those who have stepped up, immigrant justice cannot be the responsibility of only 2 council members here, especially not right now. We are witnessing ICE detain people at our federal courthouse. We're seeing members peacefully protesting and being cited, harassed, or injured. This is an all-hands-on-deck moment. A sanctuary city is not defined by a resolution alone. Sanctuary requires accountability and clear boundaries between city resources and federal immigration enforcement. The immigration platform before you is a step, but it must go further. The demands laid out in the ICE Accountability Sacramento City Letter are not extreme. They're necessary to protect public safety and community trust. So I urge every single one of you today to take leadership and treat immigration protection as a shared responsibility and to adopt an immigration platform that truly reflects the commitment in action. So with that, I really look forward to seeing a timeline and update as to when that's going to be updated. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Beatrice. Following Beatrice is Alexandria Estrella, Jane Churchon, Nicodemo Bustamante, Theodora Forsterberg.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexandra Estrella. I am a Sacramento resident, and I work for the California Immigrant Policy Center. I'm here because what is happening in our city is deeply harmful and unacceptable. We have seen peaceful protesters outside of the John Moss Federal Courthouse met with violence, arrests, and citations for minor infractions. And more recently, we have seen a protester struck by a DHS vehicle and detained overnight under the threat of federal charges. I want to be clear. These actions are not about safety, they are about intimidation, and they leave our community hurt, shaken, and afraid to exist in public spaces. I am also speaking as someone who is a special immigrant juvenile status recipient. I came to this country seeking safety after experiencing harm as a child. When federal agents mask themselves, detain residents in public, and escalate peaceful activity into violence, it re-traumatizes people who already carry deep fear and past trauma. No city that claims to be a sanctuary should allow that to happen. What makes this even more troubling is that Sacramento is not without options. Counties like Alameda, Santa Clara, and LA have already taken concrete steps to limit cooperation with DHS in order to protect community members while maintaining public safety. These are proven models, and they show that stronger protections are both possible and effective. Sanctuary means more than its resolution. The city must actively protect the right to peacefully assemble and document interactions, prohibit the use of city property for federal enforcement operations, and ensure these protections are enforced in practice. Sacramento has the right to choose dignity over fear. This council has the authority to act. The choice before you is whether to use it to protect your constituents. I urge you to strengthen our city sanctuary city policy. Thank you.
Is Beatrice here? Beatrice? Thank you. Jane Nicodemo.
Hi, my name is Jane Churchon. I live in District 5. I'm a native Sacramentan. My children were both born and raised in Sacramento. They went away to college and they returned to Sacramento. They're both politically active, and they both live in the city and are raising their children in the city. I'm a neonatal ICU nurse in this community, and many of my patients, in fact, probably 75% of my patients, are born to immigrant parents. I've never asked any parent their immigrant status. That would be against my professional ethics, and there's no reason to do so. But over the last year, I've had more and more parents ask me this weird question, whether I know if there's a form that they can fill out to give to somebody that allows them to take custody of their newborn baby, so that if they are kidnapped when the mother is sent home, that the baby will not be orphaned and adopted by a stranger. This is heartbreaking. I've never, ever had to deal with something like that before in my 30-plus years as a nurse. These are parents asking for whether they can sign papers to give away their newborn baby. No one asked for that. ICE just murdered a nurse. Honestly, that's terrible. That's a sister or a brother in this case, but that's the least of it. ICE is murdering all kinds of people. Keith Porter, Silvera Gallegos, Jaime Alanis Garcia, Kai Ying Wang. My union, CNA NNU, has demanded nationally the abolishment of ICE.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Nicodemo, then Theodora.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Please take your seat. Our next speaker is Nicodemo, then Theodora.
Hi, everyone. Hey. My fellow Sacramentans. City Council members, my name is Nico Bustamante, and I'm a resident of Sacramento, born and raised in California. Specifically, I currently reside in District 4. The system is working exactly how it was intended. Do we forget we inspired Nazi Germany? They were inspired by the African slave trade and Southern Jim Crow. Can I ask why you aren't pressuring Governor Newsom to get ICE the fuck out of Sacramento? The National Guard, what happened with that? Instead, you're allowing your citizens, like you always have, to be publicly kidnapped, beaten, tortured, and murdered. We all know who has paved the way and who will continue to pave it and keep it clean, which is us, the people. We pay your salary, your staff, your vacations. It's taxpayer money, what we're standing in, what you're using. It's all taxpayer money. We all have blood on our hands for letting this insane white supremacist pedophilic behavior of what is considered the US government transpire for too long. A lot of us don't trust any of you or even expect you to do your jobs or say what you're going to do. We hope you will. Why don't you make the right choices for the people and not just for your white-backed comfort? All power to the people. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Theodora, then Teresa Chacon, then Rhonda Rios-Kravitz. Theodora?
Hi, Council. My name is Theodora Furstenberg, and I am in your district, Ms. Maple. And I'm also here representing my fellow scientist colleagues who work for federal agencies at 650 Capitol Mall. I say my former colleagues because I was actually forced to resign after ICE specifically targeted me for having the audacity to ask to go past their drunken frat boy chat to use the elevator that I use every day to go to work. So, the people who still work there are still dealing with this on a daily basis. And the thing I did there was important work. I'm an archaeologist and anthropologist who works with tribes in order to help them protect their heritage resources and their ancestral burials when we have federal actions about fish passage. And I don't get to do that anymore. And the reason that I'm symbolically against this resolution is because if I gave the tribes a half measure about protecting their resources, they'd give it back. And I would get excoriated like a lot of you are getting today and have to listen to it, and it sucks. And most importantly, I would lose the trust of the tribe. And I would be the person there who lost the trust of the people that I was there to serve because I'm a public servant. And the people in our community are the police. Those are our community members too. We need to trust them. We need to be able to trust that the constituents will be able to actually hold people accountable and make sure that we aren't suffering at the hands of the people who are there getting paid to protect and serve us. We all know they don't, but come on, man. Like, we want a serious backed resolution that's more concrete, like people have said. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Therese Cachon. Therese Cachon, then Rhonda Rios-Kravitz, then Pat Ferris.
Constituent of the Honorable Roger Dickinson, who's actually knocked on my door, rung the bell a couple times. Deeds, not words. My late mother first learned those words from her Catholic priest mentor and modeled peace and social justice deeds all her life in San Diego. Give the sanctuary city policy teeth. I acknowledge my white privilege, while now we all are experiencing what people of color and even class or documentation status have been subjected to their whole lives. I'm the wife of a 20-year Air Force veteran and 20-year Army Corps of Engineers retiree who's been pulled over in Sacramento for driving while black. Will his Air Force ID or any documentation be believed and respected by by rogue federal agents? Deeds and teeth, not words. Sí se puede.
Rhonda?
My name is Rhonda Rios-Kravitz. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members, or I should say Vice Mayor and council members. I am here to urge you to elevate this resolution to a binding sanctuary city ordinance that truly protects our community. Today, the need for this action is urgent. Federal immigration enforcement has escalated far beyond what any of us should accept. Mass raids are terrorizing neighborhoods, disrupting workplaces, and tearing families apart. We are watching the erosion of any pretense that this country maintains a single, equitable system of justice. Sacramento must not stand by while militarized federal forces operate in our city without accountability. This resolution, which should be an ordinance, must reinforce local control of policing and safeguard civil liberties. This means ensuring that Sacramento law enforcement does not collaborate with ICE or Border Patrol except where absolutely required by law. It means protecting residents' privacy, their right to protest, their due process rights, and their freedom from unlawful detention and excessive force. We also need clear direction for how the city responds when federal agents overstep. This resolution, which should be an ordinance, should require the city attorney to take legal action when federal officers use excessive force against protesters or residents, and to pursue legislative advocacy that defends our community's rights. Another critical piece is the protection of free speech around federal buildings. As a volunteer with NorCal Resist, I was ordered off a public sidewalk outside the John Moss building, right next to my sister's cafe, while offering information to people attending court or ICE check-ins. I was told...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Pat Ferris. I have 53 more speakers. Pat Ferris, Stephen Dilbert, Taylor Cummings, Rishi Kasharani, Joe P., Van H., Marbella Sala, Pat. I don't see Pat. Stephen Dilbert. I don't see Stephen. Taylor Cummings. Thank you. After Taylor is Rishi, then Joe P., then Van H., then Marbella Sala.
Who I am is not important, but what I have to say is, it's clear to all of us that the draft-dodging felon who currently occupies the White House is not using ICE to address any legitimate concerns of immigration. What's going on here is a campaign of ethnic cleansing and silencing political dissent. This violent, unconstitutional, and un-American campaign has already claimed the lives of several of the citizens and immigrants here and will continue to claim more. It's laughable that the mayor is afraid of putting a target on our back, as if our position as the capital city of the most populous liberal state in the nation, as well as being one of the most diverse cities in America, hasn't already put that target on it. We must be prepared for what is happening in Minneapolis to happen here. Looking behind me, you can see the people here today and who have been protesting in the streets in front of the John Moss building and other locations are prepared. But what must be answered today is, are any of you prepared? Failing to maintain Sacramento's status as a sanctuary city, or failing to force Sacramento Police Department to adhere to that status, is an invitation to ICE to declare open season on our community and its residents. It would endanger the lives of every person of color here and threaten the freedom of speech and assembly of us all. Strongly worded letters, meaningless motions, and empty promises stopped being useful to us when Donald Trump won the Republican nomination in 2016. They will not protect this community. There is nothing that a strongly worded letter can do when a bullet is aimed at a citizen. Your duty to uphold the Constitution and defend your constituents has never been greater. The people of Sacramento have risen to the occasion in this historic hour, and I am begging all of you to do the same, or at least resign so someone else can take your place and do it.
Our next speaker is Rishi. I have 50 more speakers.
Hi, my name is Rishi, and I live in District 4. I think all the speakers before me have made it abundantly clear that this resolution isn't enough. People are being traumatized for the crime of having an accent. Their dignity is being systemically violated. They are being abducted and executed behind closed doors and in the streets. Here's what I would like the city to commit to. Plans in place to protect city data from ICE. Outreach for the unhoused and undocumented. Assured safety as immigrants seeking citizenship attend their court appointments. Accountability for any SAC PD officers who participate in targeting and arresting peaceful protesters outside of the John Moss buildings. Free speech zones, signs distributed to local businesses and residents telling ICE that they are not welcome without a warrant on private property. Know Your Rights pamphlets mailed to every residence and business. No city property or resources being used in ICE operations. Law enforcement officers enforcing the California law that bans ICE agents from wearing masks while they brutalize our community members. Plans in place for the day that's coming when ICE agents enter our children's schools, target our vulnerable, and execute our activists. Human dignity and liberation affirmed on every level. You, our representatives, are also our community members. You may have friends, neighbors, loved ones impacted by ICE. I hope you are feeling the same grief, terror, and anger that we are. Please use the power that we have granted you to help us protect each other while we let you have it. Shout out to Mai Vang and Katie Maple. Thank you for the attention and respect you've showed us on this very long afternoon.
Next speaker is Joe. Next speaker is Joe. Joe P. Then Van H. Then Marbella Sala.
Thank you, Council, for listening. It is my supreme displeasure to be here. It doesn't matter who I am. I live in District 4. I live right across from the John Moss Federal Building. I've seen with my own eyes the masked men in ballistic vests walking around with weapons they clearly don't know how to handle safely. I have seen with my own eyes unmarked vans that go out empty and come back full of people who are kept like animals in a fucking basement. I've seen with my own eyes the dedication, the courage, the determination, the perseverance, and love of the people who protest against these injustices outside the gates at 650 Capitol Mall every fucking day. Sometimes it's just a couple people. Sometimes I can't get down the street because it's so packed. Sometimes it's hard to have a conversation with my wife or go to sleep because of the chanting. I don't mind. I fucking love it. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of everyone in this room. I'm proud of the people of Sacramento who are standing up and rising against this authoritarian tide. I believe that our city as a population will rise to the challenges of this dark and uncertain time. I believe we'll resist this lawless violence. I believe we'll take care of each other. And we're asking you to rise with us. Going forward, though I have my doubts, I hope to see the city as an organization standing behind the city as a people. Sacramento and its law enforcement must stand with the city at every opportunity, support measures to affirm, strengthen our constitutional rights, all of them, and at every opportunity stand to oppose those who would deprive us of those rights. We are scared. We are appealing to you to stand up for us. But whether or not you stand up for us, we will stand up for ourselves. We're scared, but we're not going to back down. And if you will not stand with us, we need you to please stand aside. Stand aside and let us protect our neighbors, our families, our friends, and our communities. We are not cowards, and we will not let our way of life be destroyed without a fight. Fight with us. Thank you.
Van.
Good afternoon. My name is Van Harding, and I live in District 4. I grew up in Massachusetts and moved to Sacramento 4 years ago. I love living here. My life is so much better for the family I've found here and the diversity of the city and our immigrant communities. An aim of our current federal regime is to make us feel confused and overwhelmed and give up our hope. The organization of our community and our presence here today is one of the many reasons my hope is sustained. ICE won't hesitate as they bring violence and chaos to our community. Now is not the time to worry about doing too little. We don't need to wait until we see scenes in Sacramento like we've been seeing in Minneapolis. The time to prepare is right now. The cost of failing to meet the moment is far greater than the effort that it will require. It's our responsibility to take the measures necessary to keep us safe. The resolution is a nice step and it states our city's values well, but it's meaningless without action to follow. As many have advocated for, we need to develop and implement policies and procedures to prevent city resources from being used to aid and abet ICE and to protect the constitutional rights of our community members to oppose their unlawful and unjust operations. Our community has made its values clear. It's necessary that our elected leadership take action to uphold them. Thank you.
Marbella Sala, then Rachel C., then Elena Varner, then Juliet Forbes.
Good afternoon. I'm Marbella Sala. I'm the president of Garland Northgate Neighborhood Association. I live in District 3. I'm a Chicana. My family came here as undocumented when I was 5 years old. I'm now a U.S. citizen. My husband, I've been married to for over 30 years. He still has his green card, and I worry about him every time he leaves the home because he is brown and he has an accent. Like me, they might not arrest me because they'll think I'm white. But him, they will, and they'll ask later. They'll arrest him, and they'll ask later, what's your status? Because they don't care about the law. So the know your rights, the little red cards, my husband told me early on that ICE, immigration, they don't give a shit about the law. They're going to do whatever they want to do. And so I worry that he is an opinionated, articulate man, and they will beat him if he challenges them. And I asked a police officer at one of our meetings, what will you do if someone is being beat by ICE in front of your eyes, or we call 911, what will you do? And he said, we can't do a thing. So this resolution needs to change, and it needs to be made a law, an ordinance. And I'm hoping that Chief Lester is listening, that she can tell, and there can be a discussion about the police officers and changing their attitude. In the meantime, while you're trying to redraft this resolution, which I think it's great, and I appreciate, it's a good first start. And I also want to say thank you to Councilmember Talamantes, Councilmember Guerra, and Vang for taking this up and bringing this forward and sitting through. I know there's a lot of people that are passionate and angry, but you're not our enemies. Our enemy is the federal government and the current president that we have. So
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Rachel C. Rachel C. I don't see movement. Elena Varner. Following Elena is Juliet Forbes, Laura Corlin Haig.
Elena Varner, PhD, Senior Supervisory Scientist working in Sacramento for the state of California. I'm here today as a public servant. As fellow public servants, I urge you to protect the community you serve. Take the horrors happening in Minnesota as a warning. This is what's coming. This will happen in Sacramento soon, and in many core ways is already here. Now is the time to heed Minnesota's warning and take steps to reduce the harm. Sacramento needs stronger sanctuary ordinances. What we are calling for collectively here today are incredibly basic protections. Public city lands cannot be where ICE inflicts terror on our own community. This is our community's land, and it is up to us to protect it and each other. Protect the right to peacefully assemble and protest. This is the First Amendment right. It's the first one for a reason. Adopted in 1791 as part of the Bill of Rights, specifically to protect against federal overreach. In 1791, the rationale was that peaceful, lawful assembly is fundamental to democratic accountability. Again, the right to assemble and peacefully protest is fundamental to democratic accountability. It is as true now as it was then. Protesting is American. From ending civil slavery to women's rights, civil rights to workers' rights, protesting helped Americans win a minimum wage, child labor laws, and the 40-hour work week. Today is the day to protect our First Amendment right. I implore the City Council to protect the mechanism that protects democracy. It is a shame that this City Council is coming forward to propose, that the community is coming forward to propose these
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Juliet and Laura.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Juliet. I'm a licensed clinical social worker in the state of California. I did not prepare anything. I'll be honest, I'm exhausted. I work in an emergency room. I work as a clinical social worker full-time. I am exhausted. My colleagues in the emergency room are exhausted. I know our public servants are also exhausted, and it's also not the time to give up on us. I've heard some people say, right, we need to come with respect, we need to come with a certain approach. I understand that, I hear that. I've also been told to go F myself by clients, and I still serve them. And I still serve them within my ethics and my responsibility, and I do what I'm supposed to do. So I ask that as much as some of this may feel as an attack, right, you might go home feeling frustrated and feeling, I'm in this position for a reason, I implore you to think about why you are in this position. Why did you take these roles? Why did you run for office? Why did you spend hours and hours and hours and money and campaigning to sit in these spots? Because we are working hard. The people are working hard. We are taking time off, working nights in the emergency room, and then coming here on our days off to spend time to talk for our neighbors who cannot talk for themselves. So please, listen to us, pay attention, and don't be inactive. You have these spots for a reason, and you need to use them because we are counting on you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura. Following Laura is Ann Deep. Angela Hassel.
Hi, my name is Laura, and I'm a voter in District 6. My husband is an immigrant, and after years of waiting, he finally became a citizen. I have to say, entering the John Moss building was terrifying. I can only imagine how my husband and other immigrants feel entering it. Since then, I have protested ICE outside the Moss building in spite of being scared for my safety and the safety of my husband. My fear of ICE and SAC PD affects my family's daily life. My family and neighbors should not have to live this way. I am here to ask that the SAC PD honors the Sacramento Sanctuary City policy, which prohibits its cooperation with ICE in carrying out enforcement activities in Sacramento. I also ask the city to ensure no collaboration or data is shared from the city with ICE. Lastly, I ask you to implement these changes as quickly as possible, as things are only getting worse. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ann Deep, then Angela Hassel, then Maria Cristina Mora, then Eric Sanchez.
Hello, council members. My name is Ann Deep. I'm a resident of District 4, and I'm here to ask you to expand the city's sanctuary policies and to strengthen our local protections against ICE activity. First and foremost, the city of refuge must mean safety in everyday life, not just statements, not just resolutions, but real implemented policies with outcome and accountability. A strengthened policy ensures misuse and abuse of power does not occur against our neighbors and ensures that violence remains off our streets and protects the most vulnerable and marginalized of our community. And secondly, if that doesn't appeal to your humanity, I hope this does. It's good business. Immigrants are essential workers who build, feed, and sustain Sacramento. Take it from me, I'm one. And I'm so proud to call California my home, and I'm so proud to serve her people and the state. But when people are scared, they do not go to school, they do not go to work, they do not leave their homes, and the livelihoods of both the individuals and businesses are impacted, weakening our local economy and the vibrancy of our neighborhoods. And to be perfectly clear, one's labor is not prerequisite to safety and dignity. So lastly, and this is for my representative, Plugbaum, I read in your profile that you really enjoy exploring our neighborhood's fine eateries. But these fine foods would not be possible without the incredible immigrants who make up a bulk of our food service, restaurant, and the agricultural industries that supply it. And so at a minimum, ICE's unchecked activities harms our local economies. At worst, their unchecked violence harms our neighbors directly. So your support in strengthening the city's policies will ensure that our communities are safe for all. People will feel safe going to work, going to school, or even just going out and having a nice meal with their friends. So I urge you all, for our Sacramento community, for the Farm to Fork capital, for the many fine businesses in the district that you represent, please stand up for the public safety by strengthening this proposal and giving it teeth and accountability the way that so many folks before me have asked for. So thank you.
Angela Hassel. Following Angela is Maria Cristina Mora, then Eric Sanchez.
Good afternoon. My name's Angela Hassel. I'm the director of Sacramento Loaves and Fishes. As an organization, we're in District 4, and we provide survival services primarily to our homeless neighbors, but also to anybody else who needs us. Everything I have to say today, you've already heard from a lot of the inspiring folks that came before me, but also as a former educator, I know that repetition is a powerful tool in drilling information into our heads, so I'm going to keep going. Just like with issues and policies around homelessness, the status quo is not enough for our loved ones who are scared, terrified, and under attack. We're in a historical moment when real decisive action with follow-through matters and sends a message that Sacramento is a city willing to stand up and say no to federal intimidation. This council has a chance to send the message that Sacramento will protect our immigrant friends and step in before federal ICE agents come for them. This council can also protect folks exercising their right to free speech, and at the very least, protect folks when they're on city-owned property. So this is a time that we're living in when the world is watching, and words, promises, intentions, symbolic gestures are not enough. We urge you to step up in your role as local leadership and put concrete, active protections and accountability measures in place so our immigrant neighbors can really have the safety promised to them by living in a city of refuge. Accountability for ICE agents and other local law enforcement officers who daily inflict violence and fear on our communities is severely lacking. You have a chance to start turning that tide in Sacramento, and you've heard a lot of that today. And so I urge you to listen and hear the collective voice of the communities that you all serve. And while you're at it, please stop law enforcement from terrorizing our unhoused neighbors with sweeps. Thank you.
Maria Cristina Mora here. Maria Cristina Mora. You don't see Maria. Eric Sanchez, then Henry Gordon, then Lena Knowlton.
I'm Eric Sanchez with Food Not Bombs. And it's kind of funny to try to call this a sanctuary city when you literally have people like myself afraid to go out of their house to go to work. I work at a food truck, and I'm terrified sometimes to even go to work because I might just get snatched up by a sheriff, and then, I don't know, sometimes the sheriff doesn't do the proper thing, right? And then I get sent to a jail, and then they might just improperly do something, and I get sent to Venezuela, or I get sent to El Salvador. I get sent somewhere that I'm not supposed to be. This isn't a sanctuary city when we're actually having federal agents in a big old building that we're paying for by the city. There's no way this is a sanctuary city when we have federal agents hitting people with their cars. There's no way this is a sanctuary city at all. And this proposal is just a joke and a laugh at everybody in this room, because at the end of the day, when Trump invaded another country, we did nothing in this country, and we're going to try to do something in a city when literal federal agents are going to come down and start shooting people, start detaining people because they're not the right kind of person. This isn't a sanctuary city at all, and this proposal is just a joke to everyone in this room.
Henry Gordon, then Lena, then Nathaniel, then Claudia Rios Manzo.
My name's Henry Gordon. I'm a longtime resident of District 7. I'm proud that the city of Sacramento was a trailblazer and approved a sanctuary city resolution way back in 1985. That support was reaffirmed with a stronger sanctuary city resolution in 2017. And part of that 2017 resolution was the creation of the Fuel Network, which has done remarkable work on behalf of immigrants and refugees in the community and has received continuing encouragement and funding from the city and other sources. For those who are not familiar with Fuel helps provide pro bono representation for immigrants. It provides direct funding for a lot of pro-immigrant organizations like NorCal Resist. I'm hoping that the city, in the current circumstances, will increase support for the Fuel Network. Cruel and illegal attacks on the immigrant community require stronger measures, and I encourage you to enact a new immigration platform and a binding ordinance that at a minimum includes the following: prohibit the use of city-owned property for ICE enforcement activities, prohibit law enforcement officials from wearing masks during enforcement activities, and protect the rights of residents to peacefully assemble and protest on city-owned public spaces, and especially in the immediate area on Capitol Mall surrounding the John Moss Federal Building. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening, I don't know what time it is. I am a Sacramento resident living in District 6, and I'm here to urge my city to do the absolute bare minimum of protecting all of its people. Today, on International Holocaust Remembrance Day, I would like to briefly share a story from my grandfather's childhood. He grew up in fascist Italy under Mussolini, and he passed away last year in fascist America. My grandfather and his family put their lives on the line protecting Jewish children and smuggled them over the border into Switzerland, despite the risk to their family. Our city has a responsibility to protect us to that level. Our city has a responsibility to protect immigrant families because it is the right thing to do. Sacramento has been called a sanctuary city since 1985, but looking around at the treatment of my community members, you would not know it. You all have allowed our city's police to collaborate with ICE, harm families, and harass protesters. You must take concrete action to end Sac PD collaboration with ICE. History will not look kindly upon ICE collaborators, and city council re-elections will not look kindly upon ICE collaborators. Eric Guerra and Karina Talamantes, I appreciate that you're in support of Councilmember Vang's resolution to ban ICE on city property. I am 100% in support of this, but I believe that we need to do more. Please, Sacramento, take real action while we still can. Thank you.
Is Nathaniel here? I don't see Nathaniel. Claudia, then Lucero.
Good afternoon. I'm Claudia Rios Manso from California Immigration Project, an immigration nonprofit based in Sacramento, and I serve as the program coordinator for the Sacramento Fuel Network program, a city-funded program started in 2017. Thank you to Councilmember Vang, Guerra, and Vice Mayor Talamantes, for your proposal and advocacy to ban ICE from using city facilities. And thank you to Asian American Liberation Network and NorCal Resist for your advocacy and leadership in uplifting the demands of the community. We are grateful for this resolution, for what this resolution means symbolically, but also recognize that it must be met with additional accountability and ongoing commitment to proactive action from the city. On behalf of our partners, on behalf of our partners in the community we serve, I strongly urge you to not only pass these resolutions, but also ensure that all departments receive proper guidance in implementing them. Our partners are already on the ground and in the streets doing work that keeps families together and provides access to essential services. They have continued the work despite massive funding cuts from federal and state government. The commitment to protecting the community needs to extend beyond this moment. We know it will take time to repair the harm caused by these attacks while still providing essential ongoing support. As the capital city of this state, the time is now to take action, and as we have heard from community members and testimonies today, these attacks are not new, but they have been superfunded and officers are operating with immunity. There is no need for us to reinvent the wheel. We can lean on expertise of partner organizations, statewide and national orgs who have led this fight for decades, and other municipalities for guidance and existing frameworks on preparing for further attacks to our neighbors. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lucero Ricks. Lucero, Julia Kobieski Elsley, Xander V, Adam Marino.
Oh, all right. Hi, y'all. My nickname is Santi. My pronouns are they, them. I apologize for speaking fast. I would like to make sure I say everything I've written within the time allotted, and I'm anxious. I'm a descendant of Judge Brian Lawrence Ricks Sr. He was a judge within the municipal, district, and state levels. He was appointed as a judge at the state by the governor at the time of his career. My father was a U.S. citizen, or is a U.S. citizen still currently, and my mom was not. The only solution Judge Brian Lawrence Ricks Sr. had to help our blended family safety was for me to be born in Sacramento. At the time my mom became a U.S. citizen, she had to renounce her citizenship of the country she was born in due to the presidential administration requirements at the time. The path to citizenship in the U.S. has never been direct, accessible, nor equitable. Even though my parents had been married for at least a decade, she wasn't granted U.S. citizenship until I was in 8th grade. I love the city of Sacramento and the native land it occupies. I am an active member of our community. I work in a job that brings all communities and walks of life together with the power and love of music. I stand with the safety and love of humanity. I would like to reiterate these community demands that you all have been hearing today. The city of Sacramento needs tangible implementation and change in city operations to protect our neighbors and loved ones from ICE activities in Sacramento. The city must create an action plan to ensure transparency and public accountability. Our leaders must ensure that their good intentions turn into tangible actions. With that being said, there are 2 more demands, but I'd like to end with this. Thank you all for your time. I hope you all do the right thing in consideration of all the voices you hear today. By the words of the artist, Rage Against the Machine, know your enemy.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Is Lucero here? I have Lucero Ricks. Lucero? Oh, that was me. Okay, thank you. Julia, then Xander V. I don't see Julia. Xander, then Adam Marino.
Good evening. My name is Xander, and I live in District 4. First off, I want to thank you for your time, and thank you for those on the council who have long backed immigration supporting policy in Sacramento. I urge the rest of you to support item 14's demands. Sacramento is a designated sanctuary city. When it is that, our representatives and city are actually going to live up to that standard set for themselves. I urge that to be today. We must expand the current legislation to protect our community members from the fascist takeover and the genocide taking place in our country. By not doing so, you are encouraging the status quo of kidnapping, fear, and straight up murder going on our streets. We are supporting a terrorist genocidal organization, ICE, by doing nothing. When you cast your vote for this policy, I want you to ask yourself, which side of history do you want to be on? When will you decide to show up? When it's too late, and your family members are being terrorized for being in the wrong place or saying the wrong thing? A vote no is a vote for fascism, genocide, and terror. In the meantime, if you decide not to act in your roles and support your community, know that we will continue doing what we can to protect ourselves. People will still show up regardless of if anyone approves of peaceful protesting in public spaces. Finally, I want to extend a huge thank you to all the beautiful folks and organizations that are fighting on the front lines and supporting our community members and organizing ideas like the resolution we have set before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 30 more speakers. Adam Marino, Izanthia Lopez Castellano, Fago, Cristina Alvarez.
Good afternoon. My name's Adam Moreno. I'm a college student. I returned from winter break just yesterday. A few hours ago, I was in class. I should still be there, but here I am instead. The reality is, it's hard to focus on my studies when there are ICE thugs terrorizing the nation. It's hard when the horrors I learned about in history class are here in the flesh, under another name, kidnapping and killing people. It's hard to wake up in the morning when the first thing I see is another innocent executed. It's hard to enjoy my youth when me, my family, my neighbors, another living, breathing person with dreams just like mine could be next. How can I look toward my future when it's held between someone's trigger fingers? There is no negotiating with terrorists, and that is exactly what ICE is. The sharks are circling. Raise your hands if you're scared. I know I am. Look at your constituents. Your people are scared. But more than that, we are angry. It is Minnesota now, us tomorrow. We need action, not virtue signaling. Strengthen Agenda 14 because your words alone will not save us. Create an action plan, Prohibit our city from collaboration or sharing data with ICE. Stop SAC PD from citing and intimidating protesters. You know what the right thing to do is. So put your money where your mouth is and do it. Passing number 14 is just a start. Fuck ICE and free Palestine.
It's Zena Lopez Castellano. I don't see movement. Fago, then Christina, then Fatima. And sir, please take your seat. We can't have you kneeling in the aisleway. Yes, please take your seat. I can't have you kneeling in the aisleway. Fago.
Hello, Council. Hello, Council. It's been a while. We were back here in November talking about trying to strengthen our resolutions and our policies against ICE. And I kind of feel like today, my council member, District 4, his presence here kind of is symbolic of what this resolution kind of feels like. Too little, too late. You know, it's been a long time. And while it is good, I do want to thank Councilmember Vang and the others that have been working on this. It's not enough. A resolution is nothing but a promise without anything to back it is meaningless. We need policies that have teeth, not 6 months from now, not 3 months from now. We need them yesterday. People are already in danger. We keep hearing, oh, it's not Minneapolis yet. It hasn't got here yet. But I've got my neighbors in my neighborhood here in Midtown, right there in Midtown, already getting stopped by ICE agents on their way to the restaurant to get food for themselves within a block of their own home. And these are homeowners here in Sacramento, residents. These are just everyday people. These are our freaking neighbors. And when you look at who was out here tonight, yeah, sure, people have a lot of anger in the way they're talking, but they're not angry for no reason. They're angry because they love their communities. They love their neighbors. They love knowing that their friends will be safe and their families will be safe, that children could go to school without being afraid that their parents will be abducted while they're at school, or that they'll be abducted when they go to the hospital, or go to their appointments to try to follow the procedures that are supposed to be the legal format. So as we progress, I know we like these feel-good moments and the strongly worded messages, but we need actual action. The community is out there building the networks and building the communities that we need to help defend where the city won't. I want to know that the city's actually going to step up and be there with us. Thank you.
Christina Alvarez, then Fatima Garcia, then Dana Schwartz.
Good evening. Ismael Ayala, Oscar Duarte, Lorenzo Batres, Shafin G, Tien Fan, Isidro Perez, Carlos Montoya. These are just a few names of humans who are no longer with us. Renee Good, I'm not gonna list the rest of the names, there's more. These lives are no longer here due to this agency called ICE, Border Patrol. These lives are no longer here. And the reason why I want to say that is because what are we going to do? Just because it's not happening to us in this very moment does not mean it's not in our communities. Right now, we all have a name, we all have a face, we can hold each other accountable. But when ICE agents, paid individuals of law enforcement entities, are killing others, how can we hold those accountable? We have to use our city policies, our own power. We have people power. You are people. We are people. How do we hold these ICE agents accountable? It is happening in our communities. How do we hold, and what can you do? I appreciate the policy update that's being implemented, or hopefully will be, but what is the action that we're really gonna implement here? What is the action that's gonna be taken to hold abuse of power accountable and those abusing that power? My name is Cristina Alvarez. I am the chair of the Women's Committee for LACLA AFL-CIO here in Sacramento. Good evening. I am Fatima Garcia, a labor organizer. DHS memo released by a whistleblower confirms what our communities have long known. DHS is now openly authorizing ICE agents to force their way into people's home without judicial warrants. This is an escalation of state violence, a direct attack on our families, on our workers, on our entire city. Fuck your symbolic gesture of resolution. We do not need empty statements of concern. We are demanding long-term commitment, material investment, and concrete action. Anything less is complicit. This city has a responsibility to ensure that impacted families and migrant workers can meet their immediate needs, rent, food, paid wages, and that children can continue attending school without fear of being disappeared or caged in concentration camps. Protections without resources is not protection at all. If our labor is good enough to keep this city running, then our lives are worth defending. We are prepared to use our collective power, including the organized withholding of our labor until our communities are safe and materially supported. We will shut this fucking city down, and you know it. We demand immediate material support for impacted families and workers, including rent relief, food assistance, emergency cash aid, and safety school for children. We demand that you do not cooperate in any form, including data sharing, joint operations, or access to any city facility, enforcement of the California SB 620 No Secret Police Act, which prohibits ICE and other law enforcement from wearing masks to conceal their identity during operation, aiming to increase accountability.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Dana Schwartz. Dana Schwartz, then Hazel, Samuel Walling, Miranda Chilp, C.T. Weber. I don't see Dana or Hazel. Samuel. Following Samuel is Miranda, then C.T. Weber, then Anna Washington.
Good evening, Council. It's been a long afternoon. As you can see by the light outside. I think that I want to take my time talking to you here today to reiterate how many people came tonight. The people of Sacramento care about this. We care about our neighbors and about our city. And we just hope that you care as much as we do. Because we need to be protected, and whether we have to do it or whether you're going to step in and do it is something that remains to be seen, but it has to happen. We are a people that need each other, and we ask for your help. And not just promising to help at some ambiguous time in the future. As many people have said here today, we need real, actual policy changes, commitment to helping your people, our city. Thank you.
Is Miranda here? Miranda? No. CT?
Samuel?
Okay. Miranda? CT? Okay, so go ahead and Samuel, and then CT. Samuel first, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd first like to acknowledge the SPD for the efficiency on redirecting traffic during marches, CHP for the observation during demonstration. Although I question allowing ICE to use any of their property as strategic areas for staging their operations. However, I have to note that it does differ quite starkly from their efforts in 2006 during the 4-day-long U.S.-sponsored agricultural ministerial when they parked a small tank on the block east of the Capitol's Park terminus in preparation for the expected activist influx in the wake of the events that took place during the WTO-sponsored financial ministerial held in Seattle just a few years prior. In the interim, ICE was created by as the administration enforcement entity of the newly formed DHS in 2003 as a part of the response to terrorist attacks. Known as the beginning of the global war on terror, they were immediately given the budget to equip themselves with the latest surveillance and urban technology available. In 2006, same year as the agricultural ministerial held here in Sacramento, the USA Patriot Act was renewed and the DHS was provided with even more funding, allowing federal enforcement entities to update their store of equipment and buy the transitive property the same year a small tank could be seen a block east of the Capitol. SB 54, AB 450, and AB 291 each provide a clear mandate on who cannot share a person's immigration status with ICE or border enforcement, but none of these sanctuary measures provide anything near what the community needs to see being done in the state of California or the city of Sacramento as adequate in response to ICE. There have been, in 2020, there was some acknowledgement, but all that came out of that was more budget for greater tech, which is a force multiplier. We have people who are being untrained. They are being led by people like Jonathan Ross, who's a murderer. He served 10 years, he served in the military, and now he's 10 years.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. C.T. Weber, then Anna Washington, then Kay Soul.
Good afternoon or evening or whatever it is. My name is C.T. Weber. I'm the Peace and Freedom Party of Sacramento County Central Committee Chair. And as people know, Peace and Freedom Party is California's only ballot qualified party in the state. And I'm from District 7. I guess it's kind of hard to, everybody's hit on so many things. I think the thing is that this is a good start, but it's obviously should not be the end product. We need to go further. I had a box of backbones that I wanted to bring down with me tonight and pass out, but I'm sure you're going to find it on your own. I think the thing that I want to say is that we need to strengthen our policy on Sacramento City, possibly making it an ordinance, including things like no masks, no data sharing, no collaboration with ICE, have an arrest-free zone where people can protest without being attacked, and have the police protect us against ICE. So that'd be the first thing. But I'd also like to have us do a support motion in support of the general strike in Minnesota. I think that would be very important. So thank you very much.
Anna Washington, then Kay Soul, then Nikki Jones, then Diane Osoro.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Washington. I'm a licensed child psychologist, faculty member, and a recently naturalized citizen. I am deeply appreciative and privileged to have had a legal pathway to citizenship, and I recognize that many people do not have that same access, even though they have the same human value as everybody else. I also have the same value today as I had 3 years ago when I was not a U.S. citizen. I'm here today because I'd like to highlight the mental health impact of immigration on our children. 1/4 of children, maybe more, have at least one parent that is an immigrant. And children who are immigrants or who have parents that are immigrants, especially if they have a precarious immigration status, are at risk of mental health concerns and suicide. Less than a year ago, Jocelyn Carranza, an 11-year-old child who lived in Texas, completed suicide. She completed suicide because she was terrified that ICE was going to come to her house and deport her family members. Her death is on us. We have a collective responsibility to keep children safe, including immigrant children. I urge you to take concrete and actionable steps to protect our children. And I also urge you to consider the negative impact of non-immigrant children who are especially at risk during times of immigration raids, during the racialized nature of immigration language and actions. Thank you.
speaker is Kay Sol. Kay Sol. Following Kay Sol is Nikki Jones, then Diane Osorio.
Hi, y'all. I'm Kay Sol. I'm a gender fluid disabled former activist, and I don't particularly like electoralism anymore, but there's two particular candidates that have really made me interested in politics in Sacramento, so thank you for that. I'm a small business owner, and before I was working at Microsoft, and I was not just like a little bit complicit in what ICE was doing or what's happening all around the world. I was like really, really complicit. And I wasn't gonna talk about this, but the lady before was talking about unaliving yourself. And about now 2 years ago, I was like, I have these golden handcuffs. I just bought a house in Curtis Park. How am I supposed to make ends meet? And I had the choice of quitting and then staying alive or not quitting. So when I say like what we're asking of you, like, oh, this is easy, just have a moral backbone. Like, no, it's not easy. It's your livelihood. And I definitely know, because I am white, that it's weird for me to tell you guys what to do, all of you what to do. But what I will say is that being a small business owner right now is super fun. It's the easiest that it's ever been in like the history of the world. And when I say that in jest, it means it's really hard. Fellow small business owners are really struggling. When there are ICE raids, revenue drops between 20 and 60%, depending on the neighborhood, the demographics of the business owner, and the velocity of violence in that community. So I just want to say thank you, but also, you know, I could be a lot more radical than what I was on the mic tonight, so.
Next speaker is Nikki Jones. Nikki Jones. Following Nikki is Diane, then Lucy Monarez.
As someone who's come for a long time warning about the effects of militarization and policing on the least of us, on the most vulnerable, I stand before you saying it's come for all of us. It's coming for all of us. We will not be exempt. We don't expect the hyperbole. We don't expect a cops, SAC PD versus ICE situation. That's not what we expect. That's not what we ask for. What we do ask for is to stop sharing data, to stop partnering in arrests, to not shield ICE agents when they come into our community and they terrorize whole neighborhoods. And they expect police protection on their way out. When I say not sharing data, nobody has made it super clear, but there are super specific ways. This is not a moment to be symbolic, right, Phil? This is not a moment to be symbolic. This is a moment to use the tools at hand, right, Karina? This is the moment to use the tools that we have at hand. And the tool that we have at hand right now is our Joint Terrorism Task Force. That's where we share the data. That's where local SAC PD shares all their data with the federal Department of Homeland Security, right? And this is a partnership we choose to engage in, right? And sanctuary policies are a target, right, Mai? Sanctuary policies do create a target on us, and that's fair and that's true. And they might take away our funding, but if they do, maybe we get a tangible win, which is stopping sharing our data. Right, Marikisha? We can take it, and we can keep it for our own communities.
Hello.
A lot more to say.
Diane, then Lucy, then Chris Sarkana.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Diane Osorio. I am a little tired. I'm a proud daughter of Ecuadorian immigrants. I live in District 4. I have property in District 5. I am also the Sierra Club Mother Lord Chapter Director. And My husband had the privilege of going through naturalization process before this administration came back because we were scared. Because that passport, sorry, if I break, it's because I'm angry, not. That passport does not protect him from somebody taking his accent as permission to abduct him. I'm here as someone who has showed up for the last 16 years advocating for Sacramento social justice and the last 10 for our natural resources, for the protection of our remaining wetlands and the flora and fauna that depends on them, including us. I do this because our well-being is connected to the health of this land, and because we are all connected. Everyone deserves the freedom to organize, speak out, and advocate for justice without fear or intimidation. A sanctuary city needs teeth. We are asking for urgency. I thank you for bringing this up, but we do require clear written procedures that explicitly prohibits local law enforcement from collaborating with ICE and sharing our data, directly or indirectly. We need this yesterday, and we want a quick timeline. The murders and abductions of ICE agents by ICE agents are horrifying and intimidating tactics, and we need you to take real action against the criminal acts and protect us. We, the people, are afraid, but we're not going to stand down.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Thank you. Lucy Monarez? Lucy? I don't see Lucy. Chris Sarcone? Is Lucy here? I don't see Lucy. Chris Sarcona, then Scout, then Joseph Cano.
81 years ago, the 322nd Rifle Division of the 107th Red Soviet Army made a horrifying discovery in Poland. We've had 81 years to dissect what fascism and authoritarianism does to countries. 81 years. I think Roger here is younger than that. So with that being said, why are we allowing this to happen? I'm going to ask one simple question because everybody here has already asked and begged for sanctuary city, more teeth, more responsibility, all of that. I came here 3 months ago and warned you within 3 months they would be killing people in the streets. That has come to pass. I am telling you from history and study, within 6 months they will be going door to door. So I ask you, council people of Sacramento, I am asking you this, not as a threat. I am not trying to scare you. I am simply asking, what are you going to do if you vote no tonight and the continued trampling of our First Amendments will eventually get answered by our Second? Do you want that on your conscience? Do you want to try and delay that? Do you want to try and stop that? We are asking you to do, admittedly, something very difficult, but to try and protect the people of this country. Try and protect the people of this California and Sacramento. Outside of Sacramento.
I have 15 more speakers. Scout? I don't see movement. Joseph Cano? I don't see movement. Natalie Robertson? Following Natalie is Flo Kofer, Alan Duran, Victoria Talia Gutierrez.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Robertson, and I live in District 4, and I'm a NorCal Resist volunteer. I know that getting this before the council was already kind of challenging, and I thank you for hearing it and for the leadership of council members Vang, Guerra, and Talamentes. Many of the people who have spoken here today in this long hour, people after people, they represent this incredible network that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, is using absolutely everything at our disposal, all of our resources to try to protect our community, to try to protect each other, Today, we're asking you to join us, to use everything that is at your disposal to protect us. Everything that people have suggested here tonight represents a lot of thought and in many cases, a lot of expertise on how to make this truly a sanctuary city, and of very practical, enactable ways that we can follow other cities that have responded. I'm going to just list a few of ways that you can join us in doing everything at your disposal. These include enacting a swift, public, and transparent process that holds any Sacramento police accountable for cooperating with ICE. Ending any contracts with technology providers that either cooperate with ICE or are vulnerable to exploitation by ICE, because sometimes even if you don't cooperate, that data is able to be stolen. This includes Fusius surveillance.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Flo Kofer, then Alan Duran, then Victoria.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. I'm here today to speak to you morally. I have sort of jokingly said that I've turned my Instagram page into a Brandon Johnson fan page because he is the mayor of Chicago and he's operating with the moral authority and clarity that I hope that the city of Sacramento can operate with. I am the 15th generation descendant of people who were trafficked to this country through the transatlantic slave trade. So I will never rely on the law alone to define my morality. History teaches us that the law should follow moral clarity, not the other way around. Our responsibility is to be clear about what is right and then shape policy accordingly. Y'all, we didn't even have passports until the 20th century. Before that, human beings simply lived on Earth, moving, working, loving, and surviving. The fact that we all passively accepted someone telling us, Earth dwellers, where on Earth we could dwell was the first authoritarian overreach that we all accepted and should not have. So when we talk about borders, we should ask ourselves honestly, who are we protecting and from whom? And that question collapses under any scrutiny. And so rather than tinkering around the edges of a broken and violent system, I want to be clear about a moral truth. ICE is doing harm. Its existence and its practices violate the values this city claims to stand for. Now, I understand that this council cannot abolish a federal agency, and I know that many of you feel reluctant about Sacramento City Council getting involved in issues outside of your local mandate. But to quote Lord Varys from Game of Thrones, power resides where men believe it does. You can use your power to be clear about where Sacramento stands. You can say ICE is not welcome in Sacramento, and if ICE agents come here, we will arrest them. In fact, that's a great use of our jail. Yeah. Now's not the time to say we can't do that. Donald Trump is not asking for permission. And the people you will celebrate in just a few days in Black History Month didn't ask for permission either. This platform is a start, but if we're serious about protecting immigrant communities.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Alan Duran, then Victoria.
My name is Alan Duran, and I am a longtime resident of Council Member Jennings, District 7. I am not a member of any of the organizations that you've heard from here today. I've never attended an anti-ICE protest, and I bet you'd be really surprised to have somebody come up and want to oppose the proposition that you're considering tonight, or to say that ICE is doing the right thing by, well, deporting criminals. That's not me. That's not why I'm here. I've been watching the news, LA, Portland, Minneapolis, Sacramento, and what we're seeing, and I gotta tell you, I'm concerned about our democracy, but I'm embarrassed by what's happening. I'm scared about what's happening, and I'm angry about what's happening. Not just about ICE, but about many, many other things. I know you can't do much about
defunding programs for the disabled, or cutting Medicare services, or canceling cancer research, or dictating how our universities are going to do their jobs. But I would say that you might be afraid of what might happen to the city or to yourself personally if you were to step outside the bounds of what you might think is right now. But I'd like to see you do some specific things. Right now, you can get in front of the news and let the people in Sacramento know where you stand. You can get our police to do the right.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. I have 10 more speakers. The next is Victoria, then Talia Gutierrez, Claire Tauber, Ariel Fant. 10 more speakers: Victoria, Talia Gutierrez, Claire Tauber.
Hello, everyone. I'm here. This is my first time speaking up in a council meeting, but I'm here because we're all seeing, I don't have to reiterate time and time again the crimes that we are seeing these ICE agents commit. These are committing what should be considered the crime, which is brutalizing, terrorizing these people indiscriminately. Not only are they going after our Black and brown neighbors who have been warning everybody for so many hundreds of years about the type of brutality that we all experience when we allow this type of oligarchy and fascist government come forward. The other reason that I am here is because I am both a student and a teacher. This very morning, I was on the swings at a school where I volunteer at during my training with a 4-year-old child who behind us heard the police sirens. And you know what they said? They said, "Oh, that's the siren." Somebody said, "That's the ambulance." He said, "No, that's the nasty police." A 4-year-old child, and I don't have to tell you that that child is of color. You know it, because you know that the children of color are born with that inherent fear, and it's not a fear that comes out of nowhere. It is a fear that has been proven time and time again to be a very justified one for them to hold. He said that's the nasty police. That's talking about our regular SAC PD. Our SAC PD that me, while going to our most diverse school in Inderkum in the country, had protested the killing of Stephon Clark by our own police. Now, what are we gonna tell the children when ICE gets here? That's gonna be the real nasty police. Am I gonna tell them the exact same thing I've been telling them? And now I'm gonna tell you guys the same thing. Yes, this is scary, but do it scared. You can do hard things. Be brave. They tell me it's scared. I'm scared to go down the slide. I tell them, you know what? Do it brave. After saying nasty police, he kept saying toes in and toes out as he practiced on the swing. This is the reality.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Talia Gutierrez. Talia Gutierrez. I don't see Talia. Claire Tauber, then Ariel Fant, then Mac. Claire. Ariel. Following Ariel is Mac, then Kim Rojas.
One moment. My face will be forgotten once I leave this podium. I hope my words are not. What is important for me to share is that at the age of 70, I am representative of 4 generations of family who have lived their entire lives in this city. For 40 years, I called this town home. They are no longer resting peacefully here. Grateful for the right to birthright citizenship, my never giving it a second thought until fascism and treason arrived in the Oval Office of the White House. I now reside in the newly redistrict 7 in Placerville. Sacramento will always be my hometown. Many in this room may share a story similar to my immigrant ancestors, or they may not. My great-grandparents arrived here from Holland and Germany as refugees and immigrants. They arrived with a suitcase of personal treasures and a dream of freedom. Giving up their citizenship and pledging their allegiance to a new country was the realization that they could likely never see their homelands again. A heartbreaking choice to pay, but one they chose to ensure the safety and prosperity of their own children and future generations, putting down their roots. A U.S. Constitution that made the promise of free speech, birthright citizenship, and due process for all. That life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness belongs to us all. That promise of equality in a country that believed that all human beings here, regardless of citizenship status. The recent deaths in Minnesota have elevated one sure thing. ICE has proved they believe that they are above the law. With the brutality and their violent escalation against protesters, they are ready, willing, and able to take our lives at any time. I ask this council to recognize the lethal and deadly force of a federal agency of our current administration, that being ICE and Homeland.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Mac, then Kim Rojas, then Cisco. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Your 2 minutes is complete. Please take your seat. Mac, then Kim Rojas, then Cisco.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Mac, and my pronouns are they, them. And you've known me as a community organizer in Sacramento through my work with the Tenants Union, Decarcerate Sacramento, and so much, much more. I have come to this dais with pleads, prayers, and poetry for over a decade, and too often our voices, experience, and expertise have fallen upon deaf ears. In times like this, they know not what they do is no longer an excuse for you. The truth is, it would take political will, money, and courage, led by an entire activist local government, to add the teeth like this community says they want. All things you can have and can be, but some of these things easier said than done. The money, you're in a budget deficit, and you rely on our tax dollars that come as local, state, and federal funding you need to operate. The political will, because of all that funding and your, no offense, but not great analysis of racism, imperialism, capitalisms, and all forms of structural oppression, your policies and your reforms will often look like the expansion of the carceral state and implement laws to enforce society and the police state that do things like ICE is doing now. Your policies are what have us here in the first place. I hope you're finally understanding that you can't dismantle the master's house with the master's tools. And finally, the courage that it would take to look in the mirror and see how you have contributed to this. Your anti-homeless policies are a part of why you can't let folks set up tents and build a free speech zone around the ICE building. Your contracts with Flock and the Regional Joint Terrorist Task Force that shares our info, I will finish, and facial recognition technology can't stop ICE. Your budget spend most of its money on cops who are fucking with protesters because they're upholding your government's policies. And are a racist, classist institution that are, I already said that, right? Enforcing your policies, and you can barely fund the needs this community has listed, including the mobilization of services and mechanisms.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Kim Rojas, then Cisco. Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Please take your seat. Mac, by continuing to speak, you're disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting. You're in violation of Chapter 5 of the City Council Rules of Procedure. If you do not stop, you'll be ordered to leave the meeting. Do you understand? Please take your seat. Mac, by continuing to speak, you're disrupting the orderly conduct of the meeting. You're now in violation of Chapter 5 of the City Council Rules of Procedure. If you do not stop, you'll be ordered to leave the meeting. Do you understand this warning? Mac, please return to your seat. Mac, please return to your seat. Mac, please return to your seat. Kim Rojas. Is Kim here? Kim Rojas. Cisco, Aaron Horka, Teresa Flores-Onfray. Cisco?
First off, I just want to say thank you to everyone that's been speaking today. There's not much that I can say that hasn't been said in this room already. So I kind of want to focus on how much do our words here actually mean to you? Many of us here have spent hours in this room. We've spoken in front of you before. All of our decisions continue to be made without much consideration to our input. So how do we make this time different, right? You can vote yes, but are we committed to upholding change? If you're still cooperating with their demands, their data sharing, if we're contributing to the repression of protesters, if we are not standing up for citizens of this city that are unjustly detained by this modern-day Gestapo, a title of sanctuary city means nothing. Performative virtue signaling will only keep you in office for so long, and if ICE continues at the rate that they are, there will be no offices to hold anyway. I understand that you have no power to control federal bodies, but we can all see effort. And just because you don't have a solution now doesn't mean a solution doesn't exist. What is your follow-through? Are we having those conversations to the offices that you have access to? Are you persistent in those efforts? I understand that because of the different levels of privilege that we all hold, this might not be important to you, but this is important to the people you represent. I want to give you the benefit of the doubt, but I can't help but to question if maintaining your comfortable status quo is more important to you than fulfilling the job that you were voted into. At what point will you hold your ground to protect the city? And at what point do we stand for people to no longer have the fear that that could be my parents, that could be my friends, and that could be me? I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments. Aaron Horka. Aaron Horka. Teresa Flores Onfrey. I don't see Teresa. Catherine Auercade. Vice Mayor, that concludes the speakers on this item.
Okay. Thank you so much, City Clerk. So kudos to us. We got through 120 plus comments. We did it. So this immigration platform was agendized by Mayor McCarty, who couldn't be here tonight. He asked me to read this message out loud. He's at the U.S. Conference of Mayors to meet with other mayors across the country to discuss immigration and city responses. He's supportive of this immigration platform and the proposal that Council Members Vang and Guerra and I have prepared, and bringing it to law and ledge as soon as possible. And he's also working with the Assembly members on stronger ICE enforcement policies in the state. So, geez, I'm a little bit at a loss of words with all the public comment. Just thank you so much for coming to Sacramento. Thank you for making your voices heard. There's a lot of pain, there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of frustration, there's a lot of uncertainty in the country. And, you know, as a daughter of immigrant farm workers, this is personal to me. I have a lot of loved ones that are undocumented. And it's real. The fear is very real. And so thank you to my colleagues. I know it was originally on the consent calendar because the full mayor and council support this immigration platform. But we did hear, you know, loud and clear from the community on expectations of wanting more. So I'm actually going to pass it to my colleagues, Councilmember Guerra, and then Councilmember Vang, to go over it in detail. Ask some questions, I think, to city staff, and then I will move on in the queue of the council members lined up to speak.
Great, thank you very much, Vice Mayor. You know, this, the vote here today is actually pretty easy, but for me, it's actually been, I've been struggling what to say, not because it's difficult to speak out, but because there's just so much. And so let me first acknowledge the anger that people feel and the fear that people feel, because it's very real. And it comes through a number of reasons. One, the lack of respect for just human dignity, and also a sadness and disappointment in where our country is today. And it's what we're facing here again is something even worse than we have seen in a very long time. And I know it personally all too well because, you know, I'm about the age that my son is about the age that I was when my family and I, we were, you know, farm workers here on the other side of the river, faced that same level of political hysteria, that anti-immigrant hysteria, when we were deported, and I was the oldest at the time. As a kid, you know, I remember my brother, my younger brother and sister and I, we would get used to hiding in the closet and taking the door handles off the closet. And we could lock ourselves in there, and with a butter knife, you know, these old door handles, you could pop it back open. But we would remember those gray vans that would patrol and go around the fields and go after people. We were victim to that, and
And it was all stemmed out of this just intense hate. I can only imagine what my mother was going through at the time when she faced this. My dad had a green card. My mother, my brother and I were undocumented, and my sister was a U.S. citizen, a mixed status family. I mean, it's not black and white, and that's the unfortunate message and the unfortunate dehumanizing that's happening in social media. And let me just discuss a little bit how much of a cancer that hate is. Because I still remember after that process, after the deportation process, and all of a sudden within a year, the Immigration Reform Act of 1986 passes, and next thing you know, there's a pathway to citizenship, and things change, and all of a sudden, there was a change. But the damage of that hate stayed, and I still remember classmates of mine who didn't know that we were undocumented and that maybe we were gone on a long vacation, and would talk about immigrants and the terms that they would use. And even when we did have the migratory patterns, migratory patterns with seasonal farm workers, the tone that they would use. We play in the same soccer fields. We play in the same playgrounds. But it's learned. It's learned by adults. It's learned by parents. And I think that is the dangerous part, because what it begins to do is break down how we work, how we live in, how we treat each other as neighbors. So to me, I think the step here, I guess my remarks are really more towards gratitude for those who came out here and spoke, for those who endured this long time, who took the time out of the day because it was middle of the day to come here. And also to those who this was your first time joining us, there's a lot of new faces that I've seen speak up in this work. And I've been working on immigrant rights now for well over 23 years. I left my career in engineering to pursue a lot of that in that profession. So I want to thank those first, because it is something that we can't just assume that it's a past. The story of the immigrant story and whatnot that we have. My kids just watched Ratatouille. It's not as happy as at the ending as it is. There's a real unfortunate undertone of hate that continues to be a cancer in our country, in our society, that we need to combat. Second, I want to thank those who have been here at a long time. And this wasn't timed this way, by the way, but what an opportunity to also acknowledge and welcome our new city attorney, because Gustavo Martin is not only his family and his history, but when I remember the first Trump administration, the first debates about the 2016 election, I reached out to Gustavo and the then city attorney Jim Sanchez, and we drafted a new resolution, a new updated resolution. And as we should question our policies, and are they evolving, are they moving forward? So in 2017, he and other attorneys here got to work before even the election happened, because we could see what was happening down the road. And it served us well. It helped us create the Fuel Network. It helped us create a legal defense fund here that has been working. And I saw many of them here with Fuel and NorCal Resist and others. And I do think they deserve a big round of applause for their work. Please, recognize their long hours. They've been doing it for a long time. I didn't know the answer. I'm not an attorney, but it was the Sacramento legal community who pulled together. I do have to recognize Dr. Kevin Johnson at UC Davis Law, and also McGeorge local McGeorge for the Immigration Law Clinic for their support in that creation and that development, and also for the actual platform that we have today in place that we will update and amend after this vote. But that platform allowed this city to take an active and proactive approach to sue the federal administration in the last time around when they tried to. And we won in court, and we will continue to take that approach again. So I do want to thank Jim and Gustavo for that. And I do want to, I know he left already, but Jim Gonzalez, Luis Espedes, Amagda from CRLA Foundation, and a number of others from the Unity Bar who pulled together. Emilio was I guess you were a young attorney back then. We're getting older, buddy. But who pulled together and said, hey, we need to figure out how we start to be much more proactive in that effort and build on what we learned before. I also want to, thank from that effort. We led an effort to actually bring this to the schools. I mean, this is a unique thing that Sacramento has done. We went and taught educators and of how to respond in this situation. And what a sad situation that we have to actually teach our educators and community members on how to respond in the classroom when immigration comes. But, Rhonda Rios-Kravitz, who was here earlier with the Dreamer Resource Center, both at Sac City College and at Sac State, have been able to provide, at least for now, almost a decade, helping those students who now are going to law school, fighting for those rights as well. I want to thank also the faith leaders who, over and over again have tried to bridge and bring so many people forward to support and highlight these issues. And at their last prayer, at the last prayer vigil at the Moss Building, it reminded me again there when I was just a kid going to that Federal Administration Building. Not only for the deportation process, but then later on through my green card process, and then when I actually ended up becoming a citizen. And in fact, that's what probably infuriates me the most. As a naturalized citizen, a citizen by choice, I question and I wonder how many of those ICE officials could even pass that citizenship test. I wonder and question how many of the folks who are not seeing what is happening with the destruction of our Constitution, the due process, the fundamental respect to people is happening. So I want to just say that this work does not end. It never does, and it never will. When I joined this weekend the Japanese American Citizens League, they discussed, many of them who were born in internment camps, who fought against that, they discussed how we shall never forget, and we must never again allow that to continue. So it's a reminder that for us that even if we pass this today, we will have work ahead of us, and we will need to continue to do that. So I just want to, again, it was difficult to figure out what to say in this, because it is a consent. And we all, I think, have now are in a position where we feel that this is a #1 priority for Sacramento on what we believe is a city built by many families who immigrated here, not as refugees, as asylees, whatever their path was, have built us here, and that's what makes us stronger. So I will say we will need everything. To assume that the city is our only tool, no. We will need everyone and every different tool to actually move us forward in this very trying time. So I want to thank my colleagues for their continued support over the last 10 years. As a former farm worker, the words, si se puede y la lucha sigue. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Vang.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Guerra. Thank you so much for just sharing your personal story. I know that this fight is incredibly personal for you, and I also just want to take this moment to say thank you for your leadership over the years, fighting for resources for our immigrant and refugee communities. Before several of us were on the City Council, you've been at the forefront, so just really want to take this moment to say thank you to you. And I also want to take this moment just to say thank you to everyone who spoke today. Thank you for sharing your lived experience and the real safety concerns that so many of our families in Sacramento is feeling in this moment. And thank you to the over 650 e-comments that was submitted today. Just thank you to everyone who came today. And I just want to share with the people who showed up today, those who are watching at home, please know that it is your voices that brought us to this moment. And it's going to be your voices that's going to be your voices that will make sure that we're going to be able to see this through. And so thank you for coming today, but we're going to need you to keep coming back because we have to hold ourselves accountable. I know that there's a lot weighing on all of us right now in this moment, what's happening across our country, but I keep coming back to the reminder that the future isn't predetermined, that it is shaped by those who are willing to fight for it, and those who will speak up and is willing to fight for it and shape the future. And so I know that Sacramento is not immune to the horrors that we are seeing in Minnesota. What I've heard from community directly today is that Sacramento needs a clear plan to protect our families before the administration targets the next city, right? Which we know that they already have. I've been in conversation with St. Paul Mayor Kali Her and also council members in the Twin City as well. And in conversations with them, they have reaffirmed to me that we must be prepared and ready. As a daughter of refugees, I know the fears that loved ones are facing in this moment. My father actually right now, he lives in the Twin Cities, and he shares with me, what he's experiencing in this moment, carrying his documents everywhere he goes and doing his best not to live in fear. I have uncles who have their annual check-ins actually in a few weeks and months who are afraid to actually show up at their next hearing at the Moss building. And so this is incredibly personal for me and for many of us. I know that many of you in the community expressed today, we heard from you loud and clear that we as a city have already moved too slow. And I want to acknowledge and hold space for that because as a councilwoman, I would say this is true. This is true, right? We're 1 year in this administration, and yet we have not yet voted as a mayor and council to put concrete protocols in place. ICE is already here. They have terrorized our families. They've picked up Hmong refugees in front of their yards. They've taken Afghan asylum seekers at the Moss building, and they continue to target our Latino communities. And what I heard tonight is that our residents is demanding that we have bold leadership and clear action plan. And so I just have a few comments because I think it's important to lay out actually what we're voting for and what's actually in the queue. For record, I'm just going to resubmit and reshare a community letter that was submitted today by 25 organization. I'm only resharing this with my colleagues because I know that they got it via email, but I think it's important for them just to have a hard copy of it because we wouldn't be here today without these organizations and their advocacy work. So just want to put that in the record. But today, what is actually on the table for consideration is an update to our immigration platform. And before I share why I support the immigration platform and provide some direction, I do want to take this moment to thank our city attorney office and our entire staff. There are things that perhaps the public doesn't see, and I think it's important for us to share the work that is already happening. They are working tirelessly behind the scene because we are actually in the city of Sacramento. We're in several litigation against this fascist administration. And so I just want to thank Gustavo and his entire team and our CAO office for holding the line. I mean, we are joining cities to challenge the surge of ICE agents in Minnesota. We are defending our status as a sanctuary city because this administration has threatened to take funding. We are fighting the rollbacks of federal grants that we already received. I know in District 8 in particular, funding to expand our tree canopy, right? And so I'm just so grateful for our city attorney and their entire team for holding the line. So I want to. That said, we are here today because we are going to be voting on an immigration platform. And I want to thank interim city manager and also our city attorney for assisting Vice Mayor Talamantes, Mayor Pro Tem Guerra, and I to update our immigration platform because it has not been updated since 2017. The immigration platform is a good first step, right? Because we are reaffirming our commitment to data privacy and protection. That is very important for this council. We are reaffirming our commitment to protect and preserve the rights of free speech in and around areas surrounding the Moss Federal Building. And a lot of the updates to the platform, I also want to acknowledge that it wouldn't have happened without community as well, because there was a letter sent to us 2 months ago in November making demands of mayor and council to update our policy. And so I just do want to share with community that we hear you and that we are doing what we can to update the platform. And so I want to acknowledge that work because we wouldn't be here without you. However, I will note that revising our immigration platform, while it is a good first step, it means little to communities at risk if we do not quickly adopt concrete action plan to protect our loved ones. Our local government is the first line of defense, and so I want to lay this out in terms of what is in the queue and what is happening. So Today, what we're bringing forth is an updated immigration platform. We're going to vote on that today. There is also a resolution that have been submitted to the city clerk and the mayor to prohibit ICE activities on city properties. Vice Mayor Talamantes, Mayor Pro Tem Guerra, and I have submitted this. Some of the details of this resolution includes direction to the city manager to ensure that we have signage for public and private properties to prohibit ICE activities. It also includes policy for record keeping and oversight of civil immigration-related incident involving city properties. And so I just want to share this with my colleagues and put it on the record as well. This was submitted, and city clerk did share this with all my colleagues, so we're not doing no Brown Act violation. Just want to provide this to my colleagues so they have a hard copy of it as well. And then I also just want to take this moment to thank my team, Susan King, if you're watching this, who actually led the effort to draft that resolution to prohibit ICE activities with our city attorney. This policy that I just spoke about is not new because many cities have already done this. And I know that there is also a similar bill right now that would do the same for state properties that's in the queue. And I just want to confirm on record, because I know that how policy works at the city of Sacramento is that we submit a proposal and then it goes to mayor and the city clerk, but the mayor actually has to approve it and direct it to a subcommittee. And so I just want to confirm on the record if Vice Mayor Talamantes, did the mayor approve this item to go to law and ledge?
Yes, for the first meeting in February.
Great, thank you so much. And so lastly, in addition to the resolution, our job as local entities is to not wait for a crisis, right? We need to be prepared and we need to be ready when a crisis hit. Good policy goes to die in implementation, so we need to ensure that we have concrete steps. And one of these concrete steps that we can do is actually adopt a community action plan. Adoption of the immigration platform that we're voting on tonight has to be paired with clear implementation step, concrete protocols, defined reporting structures, and real preparation for city employees and residents. In this moment, I do want to share that several jurisdictions in the state of California and even across our country has actually adopted their own community action response plan. And if we move forward with this tonight, I am urging my colleagues and providing a direction that here in the city of Sacramento, we also create a Sacramento Community Safety Action Plan, which would actually establish a response framework for clear protocols and procedure if a mass raids and militarized enforcement happens in the city of Sacramento. I just want to outline a few items because this will be in the proposal, but just so that folks have some idea. One is ensuring we have chair and rapid coordinated response among city departments and CBO partners to protect residents. It will have direction on the ways in which we protect individual rights, ensuring that residents have access to services and public safety. This also includes the ways in which PD operates in the city. Today, the California Department of Justice actually announced that they are ready to support local law enforcement's right to investigate crimes committed by federal agents, which is really great. So that we need to make sure that we're in alignment with that. And then lastly, establishing internal and external processes informed by existing work from CBOs and community partners that's already serving immigrant and refugee families. I'm committed to working with my colleagues, Vice Mayor Talamantes and Mayor Pro Tem Guerra, and the community to actually submit a proposal to call for the city to develop a Sacramento Community Safety Response Action Plan. And I welcome my colleagues in shaping this plan, and I hope that we could move together from shared values to actually shared actions. I think it's important that we learn from other cities, what they've already learned. The hard way is that we need proactive, thoughtful policy and procedures that protects everyone, regardless of status, but also to make sure that we uphold the integrity of our local government. And then lastly, before I put a motion on the table, I just want to say to the community, please keep showing up. Please keep speaking out. It is truly community that is holding the line, from NorCal Resist to CARE to ALN to the California Immigrant Project to the Phil Network to all of our CBOs. I know that y'all are on the front lines doing the rapid response, doing the Know Your Rights workshop, doing the mutual aid efforts. And so I want to say thank you, because I will say you are doing much more than government entities, and I want to thank each and every one of you. Again, lastly, we wouldn't be here today without community, so please continue to speak up, and thank you for pushing so hard so that we can get to this moment. With that, I'd like to make a motion to move the updated immigration platform with the direction that our city manager will work with Vice Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and I to draft a Sacramento Community Action Plan, which we intend to bring to the full council.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Councilmember Vang. And I do want to add that our police department is working on the CAD system so that when people see ICE and they call 911, the call gets logged in so that we start collecting the information of who, where, what, who made the call, who responded, where did it happen, what time, so that there's a tracking mechanism for us to be able to use for our Attorney General in the future. So now we move on to Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you very much. I too want to acknowledge and thank Vice Mayor Talamantes, Mayor Pro Tem Guerrero, and Councilmember Vang for bringing this forward. They deserve a round of applause if you have it. And then I too want to thank you for showing up today. Thank you for speaking your piece, expressing your voice, allowing us to hear your thoughts. And please know that every single word that you said, we heard, and we heard it clearly. And 650 electronic comments has to be a record. I don't know if we keep track of that kind of stuff, but we should if we don't. But it has to be a record. So your voice was heard today, and I'm really, really pleased to hear it. I strongly believe that as your city representatives, that we will strengthen our city sanctuary policy, our local ordinances, and resolutions in support of our immigrant platform and population. I know we must do everything in our power to support immigrants, refugees, and those seeking asylum in our communities. What I see happening in Minnesota is morally reprehensible. I have a sister who lives there, and she calls me every single night, worried, locking her doors, trying to make sure that she's safe. And this has to be stopped. This is not what we want to see in Sacramento. This is not what we will see in Sacramento if I have anything to do about it. And I'm sure I have my colleagues and my teammates who will say the same thing with me. Our city and communities must stand up forcefully and proudly against the federal actions that are causing us harm. In many instances are violations of our constitutional rights. I support this item and add my voice to the chorus, demanding greater protections at the federal, state, and local levels. I believe in doing so, we can support our communities from what is clearly wrong and doing what should be the right thing to do. Each one of us must do all we can to make a difference and ensure that our voice is heard. You did that today, here in our chambers. You did that today in our e-comments. You've done that today, and we deeply appreciate you for doing that. You are an example for others to follow. I look forward to hearing and supporting the prohibition on the use of city facilities and properties for ICE activities at the next Law and Ledge committee meeting. With that, I pass my mic.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Jennings. Next up, we have Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you. I too want to express my thanks to all of the community members that came today. This is what we were elected for, to sit, to be leaders, to make a difference when things are presented in front of us. So thank you. Your passion, your anger, your frustration, it is heard. But we also have to remember what's before us is just a policy platform. Words do have meaning because we know we are a nation in crisis. The distance between what is said and what is known to be true is we're seeing the abyss. Of all things at risk, the loss of objective reality is perhaps the most dangerous. The death of truth is the ultimate victory of evil. When truth leaves us, when we let it slip away, when it is ripped from our hands, we become vulnerable to the appetite of whatever monster screams the loudest. This body must hold truth on all matters. When truth leaves us and exits this chamber, it is the monster who screams the loudest, the monster the nation's voters helped create. That monster will eventually come for us all. The time is not now to be silent, because silence is truly that complicity we've all learned about. And if you remember and you know something a little about me, my family might be Star Wars fans. That was a speech that I modified for today that came from Andor, season 2, when the senator stood up against Palpatine. We must take concrete steps and implement steps for our residents. And it is important to say and make sure we remember, it was Cerna who led in 1985 and our legal community in starting what a sanctuary city means. And it was in 2017, during the first administration, that we stood up here in this city and recommitted. And I can tell you in 2017, I was president of the Natomas School Board, which is the #1 most diverse district in California, second in the United States. Over 30% of our students speak another language, and there are 50 different languages represented in Natomas. I was a school board member for 20 years. I love our diversity. I love what it says about our city, and I love what it says about our children and how we must protect them. In February 2017, I brought to my school board, and it passed unanimously, making Natomas Unified a safe haven and setting the strict standards that ICE was not allowed on our campuses, and teaching our staff and front office what to do if such was the case. I'm proud to say in 2025, the school board members now there reaffirmed this. This is something I've been at the forefront since my time as a school board member. But you're right, words are empty when there isn't a plan to implement it. And so while we're passing a platform today, I want to just ask a couple of questions to clarify so I know where we are and, Mr. City Attorney, what we can potentially do. It's already in our city code for Sanctuary City that Section 2, our Sacramento Police Department and no city resources can be used with any immigration enforcement, correct?
That's correct.
And then to implement that, because I know words are hollow unless we have an implementation, that SAC PD has implemented and updated a Federal Immigration Assistance Response memo, correct?
Correct.
Is there, have you taken a look at it lately?
Yes, we have.
Is there a possibility that we could potentially update and strengthen that language that our community would understand that Sacramento Police Department is not to assist with any of immigration enforcement?
Yes, it can be further clarified, but there is in existence a protocol on federal enforcement or on monitoring federal enforcement activity right now.
So one of the things I would like to see as we move forward is a direction to our city attorney, maybe to work with our police department to make sure it is very clearly written in the memo that our police department are to be observers with their body cameras on to gather evidence, but are not to assist in enforcement. And if it's true that our SAC PD gave a violation for somebody riding their bike on a sidewalk, we should immediately undo that, because I will tell you, a mom with 2 kids, it is not safe on our streets, so my kids ride on the sidewalk, so you'll have to ticket me. So that's not something. And then I also heard that at the Moss Federal Building, the agents believe the sidewalk is federal property. Is that true?
No, that's not true.
So it's actually city property?
It's a public sidewalk.
So are there things that we can do, because I believe in the right to protest and I believe in freedom of speech? Are there things that we can do to clarify, to also let those federal agents know that this is city property and we will protect the right for freedom of speech?
Yes, there's certain announcements can be made.
I would be supportive of counsel and direction, so I'm not the only one making sure that those things are clarified. Because it is fundamental to who we are for the freedom of speech. And as we've all seen this administration erode our constitutional rights, I think we in Sacramento, as the city capital for the 4th largest economy in the world, if democracy is falling around us, California must hold it up. So if we can do that, and I hope I, for the first time, saw the letter from Francis Liu. I did pass it on to make sure you, City Attorney, you've seen that. As the item comes to Law and Ledge, the three of you, I'm open that if there are items are not in that Law and Ledge, that I've asked the city attorney what legally can be added and what can we do to strengthen it, that I am open to that, but that is something that I've asked our city attorney to look into to potentially strengthen it, since we have many organizations we look up to that have asked of that. I would love that to be considered at the beginning stages. When it comes to us, it can be a little bit more hefty and comprehensive, if that's okay. I'm not talking anything because I don't want to violate the Brown Act. God love state law that says we can and can't say certain things. But I'm expressing support for making it a little bit more teethy. And then I am interested in if we need to look at how the city of Sacramento is data sharing, how we could potentially protect data. Because if we understand today is the 81st year of our Holocaust Memorial Day and the 81st year of liberation of Auschwitz, and data was used over 80 years ago for nefarious reasons, so we need to make sure we at the city have as strong as policies and procedures as possible, because we already see fascism and an oligarchy and data sharing and manipulation already going on. So I know this is just step one. We are a sanctuary city, and we can be a little louder about what that means and the rights of all, but know that I stand in very strong support, have since the first time go around. My family history says do not go silently into that good night. I don't know any other way but to speak up for you guys, for the wonderful city that we are here of Sacramento, but also for the next generation and our children who aren't old enough to speak and demand more, because I will tell you, this lives in me from 2017 of seeing kids in elementary school wondering if their parents are gonna be home. I was a newer mom then, and that broke my heart. The thought of a kid going to school and coming home and not knowing where their parent was. And we had DACA teachers, and I can tell you, I had a DACA babysitter. And hearing their stories and what they worry about and how brave they were, it is our responsibility as electeds to be that brave. But I remember and I know the stories and I know the trauma from the kids back then and to the kids today, that every day they are dealing with that because they might be US citizens, but their parents are not. And so as adults, we have to do more to the extent that we can. And I am an attorney, so I am a proud attorney, and I believe in the right of law, but we see that law being eroded, and it's our time to fight back because people are ignoring the law. And remember, slavery was legal. So let's do what's right. That's what matters right now. And thank you to my colleagues for bringing this conversation up again. Sacramento was there, but let's add that teeth. So I am in support of moving forward in those next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dickinson, the other attorney.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. In light of the hour, I'll attempt to keep my comments brief, although also being a lawyer, that's a tough standard to live up
That's
to.
okay. Say your piece.
Yeah. You know, I think that every one of us has been touched or affected by what we see going on, not just across the country, but right here in Sacramento. And so it is not theoretical. It is not abstract. It is personal. And certainly I know of people who have been arrested and detained and deported for simply trying to live lives that most of us would consider otherwise normal. So it is a very real sense that I know we all share with respect to what we see going on, and we are not immune from that here in Sacramento. I think it's fair to say, and I do want to say that without repeating everything that's been said, I subscribe to what my colleagues have said already this evening. But I also think that from a long relative distance, certainly punctuated by January 6th of 2021, where we are today is not a surprise. It actually has been inevitable. And that does mean that it is a time when those who care about what we believe our nation to stand for and our society to stand for cannot be silent. I applaud my colleagues who have drafted the resolution before us and worked on it. I suspect others of us had the same thought about taking this direction, but I certainly give you full credit for drafting it and bringing it to us. And I think that it is an important step that we take, not the first step. We have, as a city, taken steps, as has been noted repeatedly, as long ago as 1985, but it is an important step that we take tonight. But it is not the final and ultimate step, and I think we all recognize that as well. The events that we have witnessed in the last several weeks have been nothing short of appalling, but sadly not surprising. And unless we are resolute across not just our own city and county, but across our country, to make it clear that we are unwilling to sacrifice what so many shed their blood for over generations to establish and sustain, until we make it clear that we are not willing to sacrifice the principles upon which our nation was founded, regardless of the fact that we are certainly imperfect in living up to them, but we aspire to that more perfect union. Until we are willing to declare that what we see happening will not prevail, then we continue to be at risk. But I believe in actions such as we're going to take tonight and others. I believe in the advocacy of those who are in this room and others across the community. I believe in the conviction, the deep conviction that I think resides in most Americans to honor and to improve on the legacy of those who have gone before us. I believe that we will have a democracy that lives on through these times. So each one of these actions we take, from my point of view, is important and significant in its own right, but it is also critical and essential to the mission that we have to make sure that it's in service of the larger goal of actually preserving our democracy. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have Councilmember Pluckybomb.
Thank you. I am outraged to be here tonight. This is not the work that I don't think any of us intended to be doing this year, and that we have to have these conversations at this point in our democracy's history is shameful. I voted last week to advance this agenda item tonight to what I thought would be an uncontroversial and perfunctory consent calendar vote to move this item forward. I support and will continue to support any action taken by this city to serve and defend the rights of our city's residents, full stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, Councilmember Maple.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I just want to start, I know that's been said by many of my colleagues, but I really do want to start with thank you. Thank you to everyone who showed up, the 120 plus speakers, everyone, 650 plus e-comments. This is why I love this city. We have a lot of people here who care a lot, who are willing to take hours and hours out of your day to be here to share with us your thoughts and your feelings, to stand up for your neighbors, especially people who can't be here, who are afraid to be here. So I just want to thank you. And you hold us accountable. I heard a few things that I wrote down. I heard we need an action plan. I heard we need it to happen faster than what has happened. I heard that we need no data sharing, no coordination. We need to protect our protesters' First Amendment rights to free speech and their ability to protest outside of the Moss building. I heard no masks. And I heard that we should not be allowing any federal immigration agents on city-owned properties. And so those are things that I take with me. And what I heard from my colleagues here today, I want to thank Councilmembers Vang, Guerra, and Talamantes for bringing this item forth, but also I want to note that I know that you have been working on more than this for quite some time now with our community members, with our CBOs and partners. Again, recognizing that it's taken too long, but I know that you've been doing that work, and so I really want to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge that you've done this in a space when your own family members are at risk, your friends, the people you love and care about. You are people that are truly also on the front lines like many others, and so you have a very deep vested interest in these policies, and so I trust you to bring the right policies forward, and I look forward to supporting them whenever they do come before either my committee or this council. And also, I know that they're in partnership with the experts that are in the legal community and our CBO partners, NorCal Resist, and many others. And so I just really want to thank you, and I don't want your work to go unnoticed because I've seen it. And so with that, I support any and all efforts by our city at every level of every department in this city to ensure that we're standing up and fighting back however we can, because now is the time. We've seen, I'm going to be, saying things that have already been said today, but this is what I wrote down, that the things that were in my heart over the last couple of weeks, few weeks, couple of months, that in this country, people are being hunted, they're being dragged from their families, and they're being killed in the streets by federal immigration agents. We're watching citizens and residents lose their lives during enforcement operations that happen without accountability, without transparency, and without justice. These are extrajudicial killings, and this is state violence. And this is not happening somewhere far away. It is happening in our country, under this administration, and in communities just like ours. I heard one of the speakers say that the Twin Cities is a city of about 420,000 people, and that we're just a little over 500. It could be us. There are a lot of similarities. Families are being torn apart. Children are being traumatized. I heard speakers talk about children in school and the trauma that they're going through. I heard nurses speak. And entire neighborhoods are living in fear of masked agents who refuse to identify themselves and answer to no one. This is not acceptable. It is not acceptable here.
and it's not acceptable anywhere. And so I believe that this is a first step. It's not enough, and that we need to move faster. And I will support every single effort to do that. And again, just want to thank you all so much for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So it looks like, Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Do you need it to be read into the record again? No? You're good to go? Okay, so again, just thank you so much to everyone that came here to do public comment, to submit e-comment. We have a lot of work ahead of us to earn your trust, to set the right policies and procedures in place so that we all know how to respond, how we're going to get from A to Z, and so that everyone knows just what the appropriate response is. And as many of my colleagues said, this is personal. You know, I have a photo of my father and I in Afton, California, where my parents immigrated to from Mexico, and my dad was undocumented, and eventually he got his green card, but he left us too soon. But this is a reminder, these are my roots, these are my people, this is our immigrant community. The United States of America is a nation built by immigrants, for immigrants, and that's the way it needs to remain. So with that being said, Clerk, I actually would like to do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Councilmember Kaplan. Aye. Councilmember Dickinson. Aye. Councilmember Pluckybaum. Councilmember Maple.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings.
100%.
Councilmember Vang.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Talamantes.
Aye.
You have a unanimous approval.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we're going to move along to public comment. How many people do we have signed up for public comment?
have
For matters not on
18.
not on the agenda?
For public comment for matters not on the agenda, I have 18, but I think some of these people were here at 2 o'clock. So I'm going to read off a few names. Idioma Ogudawandi.
Okay, we're going to do public comment, and then we have an adjourned memory.
And then Amand Aaron Akoji. Herb Lang. Kingsley. And please let me know your names. Please proceed.
Good evening, everyone. We are Ked Africa, and with me today is the Impact Association of Northern California. We're here to invite you guys to join us to bring Africa Day to Sacramento. Africa Day is an event that brings the community together. It's centered and designed to celebrate heritage, history, contribution of African nations and Africans in diaspora. These events bring families and youth, cultural leaders, small businesses, artists, and community organizations from diverse backgrounds to celebrate inclusive and shared values. You know, last year we were invited back to San Jose and Los Gatos to host Africa Day. And we are a Sacramento nonprofit. We are the nonprofit that promote culture. We promote small businesses. We do a good job, you know, council members. We bring the hoop heroes. We teach the African dance. We also do the Jollof Festival, which bring vendors together to come and vendor. And I can tell you proudly here today that one of the storefronts in Sacramento, in Old Sac today, is one of the businesses that we started with in our first Jollof Festival. That's why we want to invite you guys to join us to celebrate our culture, join us to know who we are, join us to bring this beautiful culture, especially now that we don't know when our neighbors will be taken from us. This is very important. And I also want to use the opportunity to say thank you so much to Councilmember Lisa Kaplan. She has been a strong hold, helping us promote our culture, helping us fighting to make sure that our voices are heard. And also thank you, Vice Mayor Katie Maple, for making that introduction. Remember the day you introduced me to Lisa? It has been amazing, has been wonderful. So I brought the flyers today for you guys, hoping that you guys will allow me to share so you can have our information so that you can join us in the Africa Day Sacramento.
Vin Edmund, then Herb. Who's the next speaker? Vin Edmund, then Herb, then Kingsley.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Venerable Aaron Joko, the Canon Missioner of Pacific Mission Region Area 3. CONAM means Church of Nigeria, North American Mission. This is, we come with our NEDU Africa in request for official recognition of Africa Day in Sacramento. Honorable Mayor and the council members, thank you especially for the opportunity to address you on behalf of the African community in Sacramento. Business owners, we represent students, healthcare professionals, faith leaders, and families who proudly call this city home. Africa is not a single story. It's a continent of diverse culture, language, histories, and traditions that continues to influence the global community. The African in diaspora contributes meaningfully to Sacramento's economic development, cultural vibrancy, and social coherence. Yet our heritage remains underrepresented in formal civic recognition. As Sacramento continues to grow as a diverse and inclusive city, we respectfully request that this city designate May 30th as official Africa Day. This designation would serve as a powerful acknowledgement of African contributions to the cultural and economic fabric of Sacramento. We further encourage city leadership to actively engage with the African community through partnerships, cultural participation, support of African-owned businesses, and inclusive representatives in city initiatives. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to an inclusive Sacramento. God bless you.
Herb, then Kingsley. Florence.
Thank you. My name is Florence, and I want to stand here and also strong support for the designated May 30th as African Day in the city of Sacramento. The reason for the date, 30th, holds a profound historical significance for us. It is the day that commemorates the founding of the Organization of African Unity, now the African Union. This day represents unity, resilience, self-determination, and cooperation among African nations and people worldwide. It is intentionally recognized, making it both meaningful and globally aligned. Sacramento is a home, as the previous speaker said, to a vibrant African diaspora. Healthcare professionals, which I'm one of them, educators, entrepreneurs, students, faith leaders, and families who contribute daily to the city economic strength, cultural richness, and social well-being. Africans serve in our hospitals, which I do, teach in our schools, operate small businesses, and provide essential services across this city. So it is important, despite these contributions, African heritage remains underrepresented in formal civic recognitions. So if you designate May 30th as African Day, it will affirm Sacramento commitment to inclusion and cultural education. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Ojije. I am here to support the motion to designate African Day as May 30th. I'm a medical doctor that has been going on a medical mission to Africa. And recently, I just came back from a medical mission, and I see the gap between the African Americans and Africans back in the motherland. Now, because of that, I have reached out to one of the royal king, who has now given me a mandate to bridge the gap between African Americans and every other person identified with Africa, regardless of how percentage it will be. So that day, we will be moving the motion to give, recognize all African Americans, anybody affiliated with Africa, certificate of recognition and adoption, so that we give them a sense of belonging to their motherland. Also, that day we'll be giving regalia, doing some of our cultures. You know, as a minister in the church, people have asked me some certain question about 20, 25 years ago, how they want to get their child pass a rite of passage. And didn't know how to do that, but we learned how to do that. So we could be celebrating that in Sacramento. That will also bring inclusivity in Sacramento and also make our city to be more colorful as it is diverse. And because the strength we have is the differences we bring together. So I'll move the motion for the city and the mayor and the vice mayor and all the city council can support us in what we do and also make that day as a Africa Day event. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do I have any other speakers on Africa Day? Thank you. Bob Simpson, Lambert, Jim Radlett, Karen Corbs, Allison Lee, John Vignoci, Seamus Campbell,
have a lot of stamina to do this. Now, as I mentioned this, I wanted to get the attention of the new city manager. I've spoken at different commissions about this. I'm concerned about this. When I went to your press conference, they handed me a term sheet. I still have it in my files. And it said that in your term sheet, it had a 0 cause for termination. 0 cause means people can get organized and terminate you this year. And it said that you would only receive 9 months' pay. I hope you didn't sign that. As a person who graduated from a blue blood university, which is University of Kentucky, I would hope that you and your lawyer did not sign that, because it wouldn't be beneath them to try that. I will be studying that heavily this year. Also, I've heard a lot about the Brown Act tonight. There's many violations of the Brown Act tonight. All of the meetings I go to, it said that anything that's on the agenda, if it's not acknowledged, it's a violation of the Brown Act. I haven't heard the city manager's report, so I'm saying to the new city manager, don't fall into the rut of the preceding city managers, because then you won't be able to say, well, I didn't know, because I'm a native. I'm trying to enlighten you. Also, what you're looking at by Trump, they've already announced what they were going to do. It's called Project 25. I don't know why people are so stunned. And last but not least, I would think my city councilman would be reaching out to us. We went viral at the Martin Luther King event at Grant High School, my alumni.
thank you for your comments. I don't see Jim Randlett or Karen Corbs, Allison Lee, Seamus Campbell, Rickay Yaya Angels, Jarrett Hill, Christopher Cannerin. Perfect.
Good evening. Here for, well, multiple reasons now. This was a great evening for me personally to sit and hear and partake in the conversation, the dialogue tonight. First and foremost, I'm here because my team and I have been reaching out to all of council. Some of you know, I'm sure all of you know by now, because we have been on a blitzkrieg of emails and phone calls, and Katie can't escape on the street out there. Yeah, we keep running into each other. But we're one of the 10 folks that won a dispensary license opportunity years ago. We're not gonna meet this April 1st deadline due to a number of reasons beyond our control. First and foremost, our original location in District 2 burnt down. Since then, we had signed a second lease on a place on J Street near Doco, prime Cherry location, waiting on Title 17 changes that were talked about last year, year before, that have since been kicked down the road, that has taken that location off the board for now until this diocese figures that out on our behalf. We now have a location on Main Avenue in District 1 that we would love your support and the full council support, that is ready to go. It's essentially turnkey, has a cup for storefront already, needs a minor modification to the floor plan, and all of our licensing is in place. So we're ready to go, but as you guys know, the wheels of government move slow, and so those things are beyond our control. When we can get approved, when licensing gets back to us, when the state gets back, when planning gets back. So we need your continued help and support. Last thing also, so please call that up to the agenda as soon as possible, because we want that timeline to be removed. I would love comment and feedback from you guys.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. I have Christopher Cannon. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I may really quickly, if it's okay, I would love either a quick update from our city manager or one of our assistant city managers on process for Mr. Hill, just because I know he's been asking quite a lot. So if anyone has an update on the timeline.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have an update on the actual timeline, but it looks like it's going to be moving forward to council. So we'll get it scheduled as soon as possible.
Wonderful. Thank you. Is that all public speakers?
That concludes our
Okay.
public speakers for
Okay,
this evening.
sounds good. Now, councilmember comments. Councilmember Kaplan.
Thank you. Today is the 81st anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. The never again is now and a call to action. Today marks International Holocaust Memorial Day, a day established to remember the 6 million Jewish women, men, children, along with millions of others, Roma, Sinti, people with disabilities, LGBTQ individuals, and political dissidents who were murdered by the Nazi regime and its collaborators. Today marks 81 years since the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. 81 years since the world witnessed the horrific culmination of unchecked hatred, systematic racism, and dehumanization. We must honor the remaining survivors, to mourn the loss, and to keep the promise of never again, which is more important today than ever. But we cannot simply treat this as a date in the history books. We must look at the world around us today. We are witnessing an alarming, unprecedented rise in hate and anti-Semitism, both online and in public discourse. Reports indicate that the United States anti-Semitic incidents have reached a record high, with a 5% increase in 2024 over the previous year and a staggering 344% increase over the past 5 years. Jewish individuals are being targeted, harassed, and assaulted in places they live, work, and pray, just for being Jewish. We see Holocaust distortion, denial, and the normalization of hate speech that is moving from the fringes into mainstream. When we say never again, we are not just remembering the past. We are acknowledging the present danger today for Jews and all immigrants in America. The Holocaust did not begin in gas chambers. It began with words, with stereotypes, with indifference, and with the systematic dehumanization of a people. Today, we are reminded never again is not a passive slogan. It is an active call to action. We remember not only to mourn, but to protect the truth, memory, and meaning. Because remembrances loses its power when everything is called the same. It is our collective duty to stand against the spread of hatred. It is our responsibility to challenge prejudice whenever we encounter it, to call it out, to call the anti-Semitic rhetoric that is once again rearing its ugly head. We cannot stand by while our neighbors feel unsafe wearing symbols of their faith or expressing their identity. This day is a reminder that democracy is precious and fragile. When we protect the rights of one minority, we protect the rights of all. When we allow hatred to grow against one group, the entire fabric of our civilization is threatened. As Jews around the world light candles today, let them symbolize not only the memory of those who were lost, but also a beacon of light against the darkness of modern-day prejudice. Let us commit ourselves to education, to truth, and the unwavering defense of human dignity. Let us turn our grief into action. Let us make it our mission to ensure the horrors of the past are never repeated, not just for the Jewish community, but for all of humanity. Never again is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Kaplan, for those words. It's important to remember history, especially in our current climate today. Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you very much. I have a close in memory. And tonight I ask my colleagues to join me and the many people who knew and love Sergio Barrios Roman to adjourn our meeting in his memory. Sergio was kind and thoughtful, and he believed deeply in community. He was a hard worker, a business owner, and a committed family man. Both Barrio and his Venus Tap Room are like Southland Park's community family rooms. Everyone was welcome to come in and enjoy and have a great time. He also loved to ride his bike, spend time with his friends, and he was generous to everyone who crossed his path. Unfortunately, cancer took him from his family, his friends, and his community on January the 19th. His love for his wife, his daughter, and his granddaughter sustained him during his fight with cancer. If you knew him, you had a friend forever. I ask my colleagues to adjourn this meeting tonight in his honor, and if you have the opportunity to call his family and let them know that you cared about him like he cared about you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jennings. And with that said, we adjourn today at 7:11 p.m.